Dame la ciencia.
Me, myself, and I still pushing forward, I'm ahead like die. Standing on my flow with my head to the sky. Pass on a bitch, young rip, drop dimes. It's been a rough road, gotta look for the signs. I'm married to this music, so I cook for my bride. Flip out like a skateboarder, look how I grind. It took a long time, but I'm right on time. I'm progressing, that's progressive, I got bars like a correction. Still chasing petty cash, that's a mantis. I want extra, I stop searching for my pops. I hold my nuts just like a checkup. I get physical, I'm copping just like Interpol. I play on words like a syllable, to me the world is fading. Hold this L just like a Laker, like a birthday, my shit caking. It get messy like an apron, I pick out just like some bacon, and I sizzle like it too. Can't forget about you, boo, it feel like we on a loop. Same shit, different day, I don't know what's really true. I get high as I leave hoops, who gon' give me what I'm owed? Man, I guess nobody knew, and I know that money talks, so what it said is probably true. It's the feeling that I get, and the shit I'll probably do to get through or get by. I get fly, cause I'm Jeff Goldblum in my mind. Tell them hoes to fall in line. If you thought I fell off, bitch, I'm back like my spine. Hot as homemade pie, that's the pro rate, ma. I'm a pro, ain't I? Sniff it out like K9s. I'm a thief, it take time to be great, I'm Bayside. I get blue like Kelly Parker, when I'm gone I left a mark. Tell them fish I'm still a shark, I got will, I will embark on this journey till it's finished. In the midst of all this friction, I got vision on my P's like no limit. Like a mouse, now we clicking, I go out for the spinach, that's business.
Cut the cord that kept us connected, blacking out the mirror where your light once reflected. All of the love from up above, we used to fit like a glove. I still think about the you that only exists in my brain. Nothing ever stays the same, guess it's just a shame. There's no one to blame.
Stop looking for somebody else to lay the blame. Without a wave of change, life stays the same. So when I pull up to your spot, I'm with a paradigm chick. Only used to have one and it's my paradigm ship. Calls for celebration, I cracked a hen. I took a hiatus, but I'm back again. A bunch of blue face hundreds, I've been stacking them. Cause in the game of life, I just have to win. So when I'm in go mode, I be ballin' insane. Tried to walk away, they was calling my name. My brothers from another, we are all in the game. Don't give a fuck about clout nor all of the fame. I'm trying to inspire, empower, build and progress at a steady rate. Move heavyweight like a Bowflex. The haters make me greater, they mad, I got them so stressed. Shock my style for a while now, I can show text. Screenshots as proof and receipts. You a certified clown, been a goof in the streets. Angel made the beat, but this my demon flow. Get a lot of love from people I don't even know. And when the situation's ugly like Dudley, we do right. Fuck propaganda, let's conquer and unite. The wait's over, take over, it's commencing. My money fully grown, but yours like an infant. But that ain't no shade to you, it's just provision and protection, what you made to do. Being a man with a purpose, who you supposed to be. Living life as a loser, that's a joke to me. FN 509, stay close to me. If I pull it, I'ma spray like some potpourri. I don't wanna have to go there, so hopefully you don't try to have no beef or no smoke with me. Bro, everything I'm talking about, be backing it up. I'm back in the cuts, rapping the Dutch and macking a hut. She start to get aroused when I'm smacking her butt. Baby got stupid cheeks and she be clapping it up. I'ma enter through the front and hit the back of her guts. She a classy lady but be acting a slut. When we be kissing and cuddling, my bitch like to hug. Her box customized so it fit like a glove. Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy Dat Dude, an impromptu stream back with another one. This one is gonna be a banger. Controversial topics, so it will be a doozy. I don't like to keep y'all waiting. So before we get this thing started, you know, I gotta hit you.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民と言っても実際に世代です。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶったまんまこっち見ろ。
Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo. In the club, I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry. That ism is really in me. My pimp ain't international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad. And we are activated, and I've already been joined by an illustrious guest. I've never seen him here, him or her. So salute to Blanky Official. That's one heck of a name. So salute to Blanky in building. This your first time? Never seen you in here, so shout out to Blanky Official. I was gonna call you B.O., but I ain't want people to think that you stank and start associating B.O. with body odor, so I'll just call you Blanky. So salute to Blanky. We've got none other than New York's finest, Nassau County stand-up. But hey, Roger Meadows, you know what I want to know? Where Brooklyn at? And we got none other John Sin, one of the dopest to ever pick up a pen, aka John Sinatra, Mr. Heavyweight Dealer. Or instead of heavyweight, I meant healthy weight dealer. John Sin in the building. So we gonna get straight into this thing. Y'all seen the title, y'all seen the thumbnail. So right now there is a content creator war going on right now between low IQ lunatic Laura Loomer and of course Candace Coondace Owens. And John is dropping the shovel emojis because that symbolizes it gets deeper. And I'm about to get deeper here. And it may get a little bit dark, but hey, you know what I mean? You need a little bit of darkness to see the light. So let's get into this thing. So Laura Loomer, some of these people, you may not know them. So these people in your life may be irrelevant. However, these people have had a hand in influencing people who shape policy. And not only that, undermining many of the agendas, many of the activists, many of the policies that you would champion to put forward so that you can, you know, get some level of restorative justice, reparations, but just equalize the playing field, right? You can't disadvantage the group. And then when it's time to equalize the playing field, say, hey, no, that's DEI. No, actually, it's not. What you have been getting for several centuries has been DEI. Trying to balance the scales is not DEI.
You know what I mean? It's like giving someone who's had a 400-meter head start in a race, and then you say, you know what we gonna do is we just gonna start everybody at the normal finish line. No one gets a head start. That's reverse racism. So if you don't get an advantage, that's reverse racism. But when you got an advantage, it was just, hey, you know what I mean? This is a white Christian nation, right? Well, it's a white Christian nation. Why do you need handouts, goodies, giveaways, and guarantees? Fair questions to ask. But let's get into this. And this is only a minute, but we'll see what lunatic Laura has to say about Coondace. Let's commence.
Resentful ghetto black bitch. Like, that's literally what she is. She's a racist too. Like, you could listen to this, and I'm not a racist person, right? Like, I don't hate.
Hold on, did I hear that right? She came in hot. Did I hear that right? She called Candace a ghetto black biatch? A B-I-Y-Y-Y-Y-Y-Yach? Did she call her that? And then she followed it. Coondace Owens is a ghetto black bitch, but I'm not racist. I'm not racist. It's like, come on, bro. If you have to say you're not racist, usually you are racist. Imagine somebody was going around, hey, I'm not a pedo. Seriously. No, I'm not a pedo. I'm not a pedo. No. You'd be like, bro, you sounding kind of sus. Like, if you wasn't, why would you be working so hard to try to convince me? I'm not a racist. Seriously. No, I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist. It's just Coondace Owens is a ghetto black bitch nigger. But no, I'm not a racist. Okay. If you gonna be racist, just lean into it. Nothing and no one is stopping you from being racist. What happens is they say racist stuff, and then if someone fires them, or what they call getting canceled, which nothing really happens to them. Maybe people publicly ostracize them and denigrate them based on their grotesque beliefs, but many of them are still allowed to make money. Many of them still own property and find ways to grift off of hating on black people. So how have you truly been canceled? And you know the saying, you do the crime, you do the time, and F around and find out. If you want to go on these bigoted tirades and then someone fires you or demonetizes you, you effed around and found out. Why are you acting like a victim? Cue the tiny violins. Ain't that what they always tell black people? Stop acting like a victim. Well, if you got fired for calling people niggers, stop acting like a victim. There was no gun to your head forcing you to go on the bigoted harangue, but nobody owes you a job, or no one owes you a platform to spew racial epithets. You can say nigger all you want into the high heavens. No one has to pay you for saying nigger and calling people ghetto black bitches, right? But since anti-blackness is the glue that binds society, there are many entities and institutions that will pay you for being anti-black, which is why many of these conservatives, clown conservatives, and many of the buck broken boule who was on the demon rat plantation, many of them are willing to voluntarily pull down pants, bend over, spread cheeks. Why? They voluntarily buck break themselves for a little bit of coin, for some shillings and shekels, because it pays to be anti-black on the right, and it pays to use the pain of black people to usher in an agenda for non-citizens, trans, and everyone but black people. If black people benefit, they have to be trans or LGBT or a melanated immigrant who they will try to destiny swap and cosplay as black, right? That's the only way these political and corporate apparatuses will be willing to pay. If you're talking about some black liberation, not on no Jews will not replace us, not on no white nationalist goofy stuff like that, right? Just saying, you know what, you guys keep complaining about black on black crime and all this stuff. You know what, we want to find a way so we can build our institutions, and we just want them not to be messed with, not to be burned down, not to be sabotaged. Just asking for fair things like that is somehow considered DEI or affirmative action. But what's the alternative, right? If there isn't programs and people willing to help clean up the so-called filth that you guys complain about, then the filth remains, and then there's just something that you complain about into perpetuity. So in order to clean up something, you have to invest. You have to invest in the people, and they want something to be able to be fixed without paying anything. Imagine someone peed on a carpet. They spilled ketchup. It was blood. It was everything, but you wanted the carpets cleaned, but you didn't want to pay a professional to clean it. And every day you're complaining about the carpet, but what the fuck are you complaining about? You don't want to invest in anything. There's people who will be willing to clean the carpet, but it's going to cost you. May cost you a little, may cost you a lot. All I know, it's going to cost you, but you're trying to wait to circumvent the cost. That's not how things work. And many of these high IQs know all that. So if they know this, then that means they're intentionally trying to sabotage and leave things destitute so they have something to complain about. How whiny and pathetic could you be?
Candace Owens is just one resentful ghetto black bitch. Like, that's literally what she is. She's a racist too. Like, you could listen to this, and I'm not a racist person, right? Like, I don't.
So she calls her a ghetto black bitch. Then she says she's racist, but she's not. But Laura Loomer is not racist. And mind you, these are the same people who always say black people talk about slavery too much. Black people play the black card. Black people cry about racism too much. And then what is she doing? Calling someone a ghetto black bitch. I thought y'all said stop making it about race. So why is she even mentioning that she's black? Why won't she just call her a ghetto bitch? Matter of fact, why she even add ghetto? Why didn't she just call her a bitch? Matter of fact, with this low impulse control, why did she call her a slur, or insult, or epithet at all? Why did she bring ghetto into it? Why did she bring black into it? And why did she bring bitch into it? Coondace Owens, she loves to talk about black people until she tried to turn a new leaf. Coondace Owens didn't bring up beef prior to this shot that she took. She didn't bring up her so-called race. She didn't bring up her ethnicity or her religious background. She didn't bring up her skin pigment. But Laura Loomer, the same type of people, the conservatives, the conservatives who say that black people talk about race too much, but yet they're calling people ghetto black bitches. I thought we lived in a colorblind utopia. See, they'll say, why do you guys talk about race? I don't see color. Then you get into a beef with them. You're a ghetto black nigger. It's like, I thought you didn't see color, but somehow you see that I'm black and a nigger. I thought we were all Americans, right? But it looks like we've been joined by some illustrious guests. Sunlight from the Sunshine State, shining brighter than a diamond. The Florida fam in the building. And we got none other than A-Tay-Bay. Tay-Bay-Bay. A-Tay-Bay. Shout out to Mr. 350, the big block boat rider. Big rig slaps in the building. Let's get back into it. Let's hear this non-racist call a melanated Caribbean woman a ghetto black bitch. But remember, that's not racist. And this person is allegedly Jewish, which we'll touch on that in a little bit, right? So she's allegedly Jewish. But if you call her a white ghetto Jewish bitch, that's anti-Semitic. But her calling Candace a ghetto black bitch is not anti-black. Make it make sense.
Candace Owens is just one resentful ghetto black bitch. Like, that's literally what she is. She's a racist too. Like, you could listen to this, and I'm not a racist person, right? Like, I don't hate black people, but I say she's a ghetto black bitch because you have to listen to the way that she has so much resentment for white girls, like white girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. And, you know, I'm originally a blonde too. I have blonde hair and blue eyes, right? Maybe that's why Candace has so much resentment towards me. But listen to the way that.
So this is for all the people who say, it's the Jew. Okay, you mean an other ethnically white person? So she is saying that Candace Owens has disdain for white girls, particularly blonde hair, blue-eyed girls. And this is why Candace dislikes Erica Kirk. This is the framing, right? And then she says that I'm originally a blonde girl with blue eyes, right? But once again, why is she talking and comparing herself to another white person? And I'm being facetious, right? But I thought Jews weren't white. How many times do I have to say this over and over? There's no race called Jewish. 92% of American Jews identify as racially white. When they're there to check the box, there's no boogeyman behind them. There's no one with a loaded pistol pointed at their head and say, if you don't check that box, we're going to blow you to smithereens. Nobody is saying that. They voluntarily check the box because they're being accurate. Many of them descend from Europe. Europe is widely known as white Conda. That's where you're from. There's nothing wrong with being white. You should be proud of it. If you're Asian, you should be proud of it. You're black, you should be proud of it. Don't pretend that I'm Jewish as if that's something other than you being white. And if you want to retort with the same lame, race is a social construct, I would concur and say that if you believe race is a social construct, then you would have to concede that ethnicity is a social construct. Tribes, nation states, and religion are all social constructs. Now that we've got that established, let's commence.
I have blonde hair and blue eyes, right? Maybe that's why Candace has so much resentment towards me. But listen to the way that she describes how traumatized.
Yeah, and that's the point I was making. Like Sunlight says, ghetto was initially geared towards the Jays, where the J people were living and everything. But now they've broadened it and they've stigmatized ghetto to mean where the blacks, the niggas reside, right? But yeah, you can't separate ghetto and the chosen people or so-called chosen people.
It was for her to go on a play date as a young black girl for white girls, like white girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. And, you know, I'm originally a blonde too. I have blonde hair and blue eyes, right? Maybe that's why Candace has so much resentment towards me. But listen to the way that she describes how traumatizing it was for her to go on a play date as a young black girl in Connecticut at the home of a wealthy white blonde girl with blue eyes. And she really sees Erica Kirk as that white blonde girl that got everything that she wanted.
And like Sunlight says, J people were also deemed to be dirty compared to black people. True. And this is why what many of them did, they just changed their last name because based on their skin pigment, and many of them, the majority of them descend from European ancestry. But there wasn't always this white Conda mentality or white utopia where we all white. No, they were saying, you're not a wasp, bruh. You're not like us. They were the inventors and originators of you're not like us, which is why they were calling Italians guineas. They were trying to say, man, you guys are really more African Negro than white. And that's what they were saying. Y'all ain't white. They looked at Irish people and said, y'all ain't white. Y'all are not us. We don't care about your skin pigment. Y'all are not us. And then when they start seeing that they were being outnumbered by non-black people, foundationals, and in order to ensure that they maintain this arbitrary population majority, right? Or majority population, then they start adopting more people into whiteness. And then other groups were fighting to have their whiteness recognized, even though it's a so-called social construct. It's annoying when people say that because people are trying to adhere to the construct. Why are you complaining about a construct that you're voluntarily adhering to, right? You'll say that the one drop is bigoted and racist, which it is, but then you'll adhere to the one drop. So the one drop says that if you have a teeny tiny drop of Negro blood, that makes you black. But if I tell you, okay, I gave you a huge bowl of vanilla ice cream and put a teeny tiny drop of chocolate syrup, is that now chocolate ice cream? Based on the one drop rule, It is. But does it make any sense? No, it doesn't. You've been indoctrinated to believe that, right? So all of these groups came over and were seen as peasants, lower than, less than. The only thing that got them on code is their perceived value in whiteness. And whiteness is like an insurance premium policy, right? Once they stigmatize the melanated skin, you're darker than a brown paper bag, then, you know what I mean? Your whiteness became a form of social currency. So even if you're a poor snaggletooth dude named Billy Bob, you know what I mean, who smells like sulfur and cat piss and, has a head full of lice, you think that, hey, I have a premium because my skin is white. You know what I mean? And that's why one of those presidents said, if you convince and I'm paraphrasing, if you convince the lowest white man that he's better than the highest Negro, he'll empty out his pockets for you. And that's usually what happens, right? Palantir, all of these other NGOs, government-led entities and funded organizations that are spying on you, that are poisoning you, and people are still talking about George Floyd and BLM. Let's just assign all of the most disgusting allegations against George Floyd. Okay, he was a junkie fentanyl who had a counterfeit 20. Okay, fine. Is that the reason that gas prices are through the roof? Because of George Floyd and BLM. Is that why you can't afford a house? Is because of Trayvon Martin? I mean, what the fuck are we talking about here? When are you guys going to have some accountability for your own community? See, niggas like to blame the crusty, musty, dusty nigga in Chicago for doing a drive-by, but guess what? He was held accountable. He was caught on camera by all of this highfalutin technology, and somebody ratted on him. So he was held accountable. He was locked up for football numbers. Who's been held accountable for these pedophiles? Who's been held accountable for the slaughtering of over 100 little girls in Iran with the push of a button and oopsie, my bad? You kill a bunch of little schoolgirls and then they hate us because our freedom. Do they hate us because our freedom, or do they hate us because you're slaughtering little kids? Do they hate you because you're funding billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine, and especially to the chosen state, the only democracy in the Middle East, right? The only democracy in the Middle East is the only country committing a genocide right now. And you're funding it. In the name of what? Who's holding these people accountable? And you know what? Who raised these people, right? Because the nigga in Oakland that did a drive-by, he grew up in a fatherless home, right? He grew up around dilapidated buildings. He grew up around failing schools, so he got a low education. So we know why this person became a troubled youth, a miscreant in society. Many of these people that are slaughtering people, these people were grown up with both parents in the home with a silver spoon. You think many of those people in the epi-pedo, you think that they were exposed to gang violence? Or were they exposed to all of the finest schools and the finest things that life has to offer? So we're supposed to be convinced that some violent, low-educated thug is really the issue. But what about these highly educated, highly wealthy people who are being predators and pedos on young women? Who is really the issue? Those niggas are getting locked up. Who's locking these people up? They won't even drop the names. They'll drop a name and redact it and say, oh, we were trying to protect the victims. Who the fuck are they protecting? Who did they protect by bombing little kids in a foreign nation? Do you feel protected? Every fucking year they're complaining about crime. What about Chicago? Well, what the fuck are you guys doing about Chicago? Every year you're whining. You got drones, robot dogs, K9 dogs, M16s, AK-47s. You got tasers that'll hit somebody running away, frag grenades, smoke grenades. What more do you need? I fear for my life with this AK-47 in my hand. Okay, if you scared, go to church. Let's get back into it.
Listen to this, and I'm not a racist person, right? Like, I don't hate black people, but I say she's a ghetto black bitch because you have to listen to the way that she has so much resentment for white girls, like white girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. And, I'm originally a blonde too. I have blonde hair and blue eyes, right? Maybe that's why Candace has so much resentment towards me. But listen to the way that she describes how traumatizing it was for her to go on a play date as a young black girl in Connecticut at the home of a wealthy white blonde girl with blue eyes. And she really sees Erica Kirk as that white blonde girl that got everything that she wanted while her mommy and daddy didn't love her. Mommy and daddy didn't love me. And I was jealous of the white blonde girl growing up who had mommy and daddy. So now I'm going to dedicate my life to destroying every pretty white blonde girl that has a happy family, because I don't have a happy family. I don't have a happy family. And
What the fuck is, you know what? This is wild, bruh. Is this the best the high IQs have to offer? Hey, Laura Loomer.
Bitch, are you high? Are you high?
Laura, do me a favor.
Shut up, bitch.
my husband is allegedly getting his ass plunged by Milo Yiannopoulos. So I'm going to destroy everything that.
Yikes. Did I hear that correct? So those are some inflammatory allegations. So not only is she calling Coondace Owens a ghetto black bitch, she's saying that Candace Owens, her husband, is getting his manhole violated. She's saying that some other dude, Milo Yiannopoulos, who was some bigoted fruit pop, she's saying that he's railing Candace Owens, boy, her husband, from behind. Those are some inflammatory allegations as well. You know what I mean? But she's trying to play this victim role because Candace is going after Erica Kirk. Now she's saying because Candace went after Erica Kirk, Candace hates all blonde hair, blue-eyed chicks across the world. Candace is always kissing white mommy and white daddy's booty. She never says anything disparaging about white people. The only thing she ever said, and matter of fact, she tried to absolve white people, specifically of slavery, said, your quarrel is not with the white man, it's with the Jews, right? So she tried to blame the J people, okay? But nobody ever asked, okay, fine, you want my quarrel to be with those J people, what race were they? There's no race called Jewish. So what race were the J people that she's talking about? And she knows that they were white, and she doesn't want to do that. So this whole thing, I'm gonna play this one more again, and then I'm gonna get into the thing, because this chick over here, apparently she's not even a true Jewish person. She's over here faking being a Jewish person. So what is truly anti-Semitic? Remember, Ilhan Omar said it's all about the Benjamins. She didn't say when it comes to Jewish people, it's all about the Benjamins. She was talking about politics in general, which it is true. Money talks. Everyone knows that, which is why every election people whine and say, you got to get money out of politics. Why would you have to get money out of politics? That means it's all about the Benjamins. So when Ilhan Omar said that, they said, that's anti-Semitic. And she went on this apology tour, all sorts of stuff like that, right? Here you got this chick faking to be a Jewish person, but somehow that's not anti-Semitic? Make it make sense.
I've wanted to destroy since I was a young little black girl whose parents didn't love her.
Okay, so that's the video. I couldn't stomach any more than that. That video was only like 1 minute long. So I'm going to pull up another video. I think that video was like 1 minute and 16. So I'm going to pull up for this dude right here. I'm not really a fan of this dude because he's kind of a shapeshifter one way. I mean, at one point he was pretending like he was a super lefty progressive. Then he went on this kind of anti-black alt-right MAGA grift. Now he's trying to position himself as like some sort of populist. Either way, this isn't about him per se. This just is about the information that's being disseminated. So let me start. Hold on. I'll probably start like right about here and then we'll get into it. But before I get into it, it looks like I've been joined by another illustrious guest. And actually, let me get into the chat because I know y'all been leaving. Sunlight says they make it up as they go along. Yeah, it's called I'm White and I Say So. And I know a lot of people get triggered. I'm a humanitarian. I love all people. I don't care if you're white, brown, yellow, or whatever. You know what I mean? But, you know, we got to call a spade a spade. If the Black community is being urged to hold themselves accountable, then every other community has to hold themselves accountable. And if you won't, don't worry, I will, because this isn't about blame. This is about holding our country, our communities, humanity accountable, right? And since we're all Americans living in this utopia, no one should have an issue with that, right? But we've been joined. I asked where Brooklyn at, and Brooklyn has arrived. We got none other. The Brownsville bully, Cloudness 05 Sem in the building. Black facts. When Trump fired all those Black women from the federal government, a year later, Black women ended up being #1 among those to start new businesses. Black facts. When Asians used Bloom to screw us at college. Yeah, you know, there's no POC. And there were many people that started businesses. However, many of those businesses it is a little bit misleading because some of those businesses are more considered sole proprietorship. So it's like, if you start a hair business, you know what I mean? That's cool, but like it's usually like a sole proprietorship, like one person more so than creating a robust economy that provides jobs for people. Most of those jobs are sole proprietorships. There's, you know, nothing wrong with that, but it does give a misleading to think that there's all these Black businesses that are flourishing that could hire other people. They may be flourishing as an individual, but, you know, it's an individual company, right? Just like if somebody creates a business where they sell plates and stuff, right? They as an individual may be selling plates, but they can't bring anyone else on to like really hire or anything like that. So not to, you know, disparage it, like I encourage more of that, but, you know, we do need a balance of these worker co-ops, etc. Thinking it will benefit Asian emissions. Years later, white emissions skyrocketed at those schools. Asians barely moved. Ours declined by 18%. But for our children, admissions skyrocketed. Moral of the story is for every action, there is a reaction. For every sick move you pull on people who never done anything to you, you and the people that hurt you. FBA are people who we always land on our feet. Mess with us at your own risk. Yeah, see, like Cloudness said before, he said, how long have I been on? I've been on about almost 40 minutes. But what y'all call hell, we called home. I'm in hell kitchen with an apron and a hairnet. And like Bane said, shout out to Bane, you think darkness is your ally. You know, you merely adopted the darkness. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light. By the time I seen the light, I was already a man, and there was nothing to me but blinding. That's the type time that many people was on. So this whole fear mongering, they gonna put y'all back in chains. It's gonna be hell on earth. Well, we been, like I said, we been in hell's kitchen with an apron and a hairnet. Let's get back into it. Yeah, like the Brownsville bully said, molded by the darkness. I get it. Some of y'all is like, oh my God, the dark times are gonna come. And for many of us, we saying bring on those dark times because that's how I was created. That's how I was molded. That's how I was built. The darkness is our foundation, unfortunately. But we've been joined by an illustrious guest, the hardest working mod on YouTube, Vibrant Lowell, in the building. Salute to Vibrant. You in there with a do-rag, man? Salute to Big Rig, man. Hey, and shout out to all the do-rag gangs, because no bonnets. I know now people try to make do-rag seem old. Like, nigga, you still wearing do-rags? It's like, bro, what, I'm supposed to wear a bonnet? Nigga, I don't care. Bro, if I was 19 years old, I wouldn't be wearing a bonnet. I'm not 19, but if I was and I could flash back in time, I wouldn't be wearing no fucking male bonnet. So that's a side note. Let's get back into it.
Okay. And she's a deeply insecure woman who is very unloved at the end of the day.
At least she knows she's a woman, right? At least she knows she's a woman. Anyways, let's continue on here. So this didn't go well for Larry Loomer trying to say these sorts of things, make these sort of attacks against Candace. Candace just really responded with like, hey, you know, I understand why you're saying this. You're fucking crazy. Take a listen.
When people say Laura Loomer is crazy, they're not being funny, right? Laura Loomer is genuinely crazy. We're going to get into that. She's not even Jewish. Her entire identity as being a feisty Jewess is something that she made up around 2019.
2019, that's fairly new. Once again, Kyrie Irving shared a link of a movie that he didn't create. The movie was called From Hebrews to Negroes. He shared the movie and suddenly they said he was anti-Semitic for sharing the movie. They said there were anti-Semitic tropes in that movie, but they never told you what the tropes were. They just said, just trust me, bro. It's anti-Semitic. Okay, fine. Tell me, actually, give me the timestamp in the movie that says something that's anti-Semitic. And they were just like, throw the whole movie out. It's anti-Semitic. Okay, fine. I want to have proof. Could you tell me any timestamp? Throw the movie out, right? So he got suspended for sharing a movie that he didn't even make, and that was considered anti-Semitic. Jamie Foxx has said, he made a post that said they killed Jesus. He didn't say Jews killed Jesus. He said they killed Jesus. And if Jesus was allegedly a Jew and he allegedly got killed by Jews, where's the lie? But that ain't what Jamie Foxx said. He said they killed Jesus, and guess what? He had to go and apologize because they called that anti-Semitic. So saying they killed Jesus, not Jews killed Jesus, but they killed Jesus, is anti-Semitic. Some said saying Christ is king is anti-Semitic. Free Palestine is anti-Semitic. Globalize the Intifada, anti-Semitic. But people can say nigger all day, and that's not anti-black because you heard it in a rap song. Huh? So if I start putting a bunch of Jewish slurs in rap songs, then it will be okay. Make this shit make sense. You can't, because it doesn't.
She told me that she was not Jewish. She told multiple people that she is not Jewish. Her mother is a woman named Joanne Singe. Laura is Irish.
Let's use Airtable to create a
Singe. Everyone knows that's an extremely Jewish name, right? Clearly, Singe. That's such a, clearly she's Jewish.
Matrilineal. She was not raised in temple. She was not bat mitzvahs. She just decided that it was politically expedient to pretend that she was Jewish. She only learned how to draw a Star of David a couple of years ago when she was running for Congress.
Now, let's just sit back a moment and think to ourselves, what is more?
Yeah, I'm channeling my inner big rig. This ain't one of those streams where I politely and eloquently articulate myself, I will be smooth, the mouthpiece will be flowing. However, I do got to add a bit colorful language just for emphasis as well. You know what I mean? I'm on that type time right now, channeling my inner big rig. Let's get back into it.
Or anti-Semitic, if you want to take the Zionist approved definition of the word. Anti-Semitism, of course, is anyone who is like bigoted against or racist against Semites, which also includes Palestinians, as we know. But if you want to take the Zionist approved definition and say anti-Semite is anyone that is bigoted towards Jewish people or Israelis or Jewish people. What is worse? Coondace Owens having substantive contributions when she was actually
a couple of years ago. This is your number one Zionist on X. Look at this clip.
All right, there we go.
This is Laura Loomer trying to figure out how to draw a Star of David.
And don't take photos of this. I don't want people
Don't take photos of this.
The second thing that you should know is that Laura Loomer has a real mental disorder. Like I said, people, this person's crazy. She's mentally ill, right? Trump says this. No, Laura is actually forbidden to own weapons. She cannot buy weapons. She cannot own them because she was placed on 2 involuntary psychiatric holds by her own father, who allegedly is very fearful of her.
Yikes. So here you got this lunatic Laura Loomer who's going around calling Candace a crazy ghetto black bitch. But the lunatic Laura is actually the one who's been diagnosed to have some sort of psychiatric issues. Even her own pappy, her own pappy is afraid of her. Possibly fears for her life. Dealing with this lunatic.
Is placed on 2 involuntary psychiatric holds by her own father, who allegedly is very fearful of her because she has had multiple suicide attempts. She attempted recently to file an appeal with the FBI to reverse the banning on her owning weapons, and they declined to remove it, citing the fact that she had been involuntarily placed on psychiatric holds.
Yikes. So even that W privilege didn't even work for her. So this lets you know that this chick is batshit, cat shit crazy, because she went to the feds, and mind you, she's cozied up with the leader of the free world, the president, and she's linked in and clicked in with a bunch of Zio entities. She went over there and said, look, I know I've been diagnosed as being a crazy kook, but hey, is it okay if I could own firearms? And they said, hell to the no. Get your crazy ass out of here. I think they made the right call.
So that's Laura Loomer for you. Even her own father is fearful of her. This is the official Florida Department of Law Enforcement letter to her stating that it has been determined that you are still prohibited from purchasing firearms. All documented, by the way. Here's Milo Yiannopoulos explaining the moment in which Laura Loomer decided she'd be Jewish.
She's not Jewish.
What do you mean?
She's not Jewish. You can go onto my Twitter and you can find video from 2020 of Laura Loomer practicing how to draw a Star of David. Because
that was Laura. That was Milo Yiannopoulos in the same video filming Laura Loomer trying to learn how to draw a Star of David.
Not fucking Jewish. The reason she didn't marry the guy she was dating from InfoWars is because he found out she wasn't Jewish. She's not really Jewish. She made it out in 2017. And the guy that was there when she did, his name is Paul Bazile. He's a video producer, and you can find his video testimony also on my Twitter. He was there the day that Laura Loomer just decided to be Jewish one day because she wanted to be rude about Muslims. She'd asked the organizers of a conference whether she could burn a Quran on stage, and they said, no, you have to give a speech. And so she ordered a Star of David necklace from Amazon, which Paul Bazile, her video producer, took out of the plastic packet and put on her as she proceeded to go up on stage and announce to the world that she was Jewish. She wasn't Jewish. She's never been Jewish. But she
Her parents aren't Jewish. Nothing. She has no Judaism.
So Judaism is matrilineal. Her mother is a British Christian.
Okay.
Her dad is does have some Jewish ancestry. Okay. But she's never been to temple. She's never been received into Judaism. She didn't know the difference. And this is the anecdote that I always tell, which, there's a million people on her campaign that can verify this. When she went out to go to speak to the Republican Jewish Coalition, the Republican of Palm Beach, right? The Palm Beach Jewish, whatever it's called. She picked up the speech that I had written for her. And on the cover of the folder, she drew what she imagined was a Star of David. Mm-hmm. It was, in fact, a pentagram. Yeah. And I had to explain, I had to explain to her that.
Like I said, what is more anti-Semitic? Someone going around cosplaying, saying that they're Jewish, can't even draw a Star of David, never went to the temple, or someone that shares a link to a movie? Which one is, anti-Semitic? So I'm going to play a little bit more of this video, and then I'm going to transition.
Difference between a 5 and a 6-pointed star.
So who is the real anti-Semite? You tell me.
You tell me who is the real Semite, right? Lunatic Laura, who's going around cosplaying as a Jew, or someone who says free, free, free Palestine. All right. So just give me one moment and I'm going to get ready to pull up this next story, right? So this story is going to be a reaction to none other than the British bigot, Piers Morgan Uncensored. He's going to have this white Latina on there, this white Latina immigrant, and she's going to be debating some Muslim dude, right? Now, Piers Morgan likes to frame himself as a unbiased moderator in these debates and discussions. But what he does is he'll bring vile, disgusting people on there. Occasionally, he'll ask some tough questions. He won't go as far as he could and should go with the questions. He's ultimately platforming them, but pretending that he's holding them accountable because he asks one tough question. But by him holding them accountable, he's just giving people the privilege of getting hundreds of thousands of millions of views to spew whatever, right? If it's a hateful person, he's giving them a platform to spew out their hate. And he gives an occasionally tepid pushback on some of his questions, and then that's supposed to justify him bringing the people on. I think more people should be talking to hateful and bigoted people, but you should be challenging them much more vehement and vociferously. Is that what Piers is doing? No, but we're going to get into this. And it's funny, right? Because if there's people, whether it be people like Tariq Nasheed, Marcel Dixon, even myself, other people like that, they won't get onto Piers Morgan's show. They'll love to say, hey, you guys have a victim mentality. You're a race baiter. Why do you got to make it about race? Well, bring me on your show and I'll tell you about it. They never bring these type of people on their show. They'll bring on bigoted, vile, disgusting, anti-black bigots and won't ever ask them about that. They'll ask them about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, but their conversation about blacks is very minimal. You know what I mean? About anti-blackness, right? Because they ain't gonna bring on anyone that's going to stand on business to challenge bozos and bigots like Piers Morgan. But let's get into it. Like, why the hell does he have this lunatic on his show?
Thank you very much. I'm going to say one of the more civilized panel debates I think we've ever had on Uncensored. I want to thank you all. We should have you stuff for posterity. But I appreciate the tenor of that debate. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Pierre.
Thanks so much. 2 weeks ago, the UK government banned Kanye West from entering the country because of his anti-Semitic outbursts. The decision sparked a debate about Britain's weakness on freedom of speech. Many people accuse the government of inconsistency. People like the racist influencer Valentina Gomez are allowed in, they argued, so why not Kanye?
So Bill Swenson comes in hot and says Piers is an Israeli plant. I can't refute this. So he tries to pretend as if he's pushing back on Israel, and he'll occasionally ask some tough questions, but the tough questions aren't really tough. They're like very rudimentary. They only seem tough because no one else in the mainstream media will ask. It's quite pathetic that someone like me, I don't have any type of journalism degree. I didn't go to an Ivy League school. I can guarantee you that I can conduct a better interview than Piers Morgan. I will ask better questions than Piers Morgan because I'm trying to get to the meat and potatoes, the crux of the argument and the conflict. Piers Morgan is just trying to get clicks and create more content. That's all he is. So is he an Israeli plant? I can't say with 100% certainty, but I would be inclined to say yes. Regardless if he's an Israeli plant, he's a puppet for the corporate establishment and the oligarchy, which makes him a shill. Regardless if it's for Israel, for the U.S., he's a shill and a plant. Nothing is interesting about him. People only react to his content because he brings on this Jerry Springer-esque type show. And since people love drama and entertainment, That's the only reason why I'm bringing it to you. But in terms of value, you're going to get more value in my analysis than what they're bringing these people on for. They're bringing on these people to sling mud with each other, not get to a solution or come to an understanding. They sort of talk about we need to come together, but he sets up these panels where people clash and butt heads together. How is that unity? And we've been joined by none other than Timeless TAV in building. Salute to Timeless. Timeless, you know what I keep in the lining. Dan Bilzerian's interview on Piers is the best. You know, there was an interview that Dan Bilzerian did that I wanted to interact to. I think that he does have a great message towards Israel, but he's just a bit too invested in Israel bad. Israel bad. Okay, fine. He doesn't talk about what he's going to do for the American people. All he says is Israel bad, which, hey, I want to hear him say that even more. I don't have an issue with him saying that, but he doesn't really say what he's going to do for the American people. It's like, just vote for me because I'm against Israel. Okay, fine. I vote for you. And what are you going to do for the American people? Well, I'm against Israel, so that's all I had to do for you. Dan Bilzerian doesn't really have any clear or coherent policies to help America. He claims to be America first, but the only America first agenda that he has is being anti-Israel, which I have no issue with, right? If he wants to be anti-Israel funding and tell them to hold their own nuts, I'm okay. I've yet to hear clear and coherent plans or agendas outside of Israel bad, Bibi Netanyahu was bad. Okay, Danny boy, got to give me something more to work with. Let's get back into it.
It's possible, and in fact likely, the government had no idea who she was until this point was made. And this week, they duly announced that Valentina Gomez has indeed been banned from entering the UK. The Colombia-born...
Okay, Cloudness said he's still going to be watching, but he don't be in the chat because the Yankees. Okay, cool. Well, you know, the Yankees, I ain't a big baseball guy, but I'm in the Bay Area. So, you know, it's Giants territory. But, you know, since I don't like baseball, I root for the Cali teams. And, you know, the Yanks can't fool with the Dodgers, man. I don't even know if they can mess with the Giants right about now, to be honest. But nah, shout out to the Yanks, though. A prestigious franchise. Let's get back into it.
An American patriot was hoping to attend a Tommy Robinson rally in London next month, but we'll now have to watch it on social media. We're always ahead of the curve. I actually banned Valentina Gomez from the show back in December. Let's take a reminder.
Here's my pitch to you. If it turns out the people of Texas, a state that I love and have spent a lot of time in, if it turns out they're all as bigoted as you are, then you'll win. And if you win, I'll get you back on Uncensored. But here's the deal. If you lose, you're never coming back.
Well, less than 24 hours after Gomez appeared on this show, President Trump endorsed her rival, and she duly lost.
So Bill says that Dan wants to destroy Fed, IRS, ATF, and shrink the government. Those are lofty goals and aspirations. I think he can galvanize and motivate people, but are those realistic? No, it's not. It's more kind of political bloviating bluster, more so than something that's going to actually get done. However, I think just using that type of rhetoric does galvanize people more towards a populist message and agenda. But usually, you know, most politicians say what they want to do, and then they get in office and they're beholden to the people who put them in office, which is not always the people. You know what I mean? Most of the time it's some sort of shadowy funded group, because people like to say AIPAC, this person is AIPAC funded. There's a lot more corrupt organizations than AIPAC. AIPAC didn't give Trump $200 million. Elon did. He outspent AIPAC by himself. So I'm not saying AIPAC and ADL is not an issue, but you got to call out the issue collectively, not just pointing at one specific entity. But like I said, if it's between Bilzerian and Randy, fine. I'll be voting for, I'm not going to vote because I'm not in Florida. I'm just saying I would choose Dan over Randy Fine, but still, just because you choose someone because the other politician is better, you still have to demand something for them. You know what I mean? And I get it, right? Let's just say that because he wants to destroy the IRS. That's not going to happen. Destroying the Fed, that's not going to happen. Does he even have the power to destroy the ATF? No. So a lot of this stuff he doesn't have the power to because it's on a federal and a national level, and he's running for local office. So he can do things locally, but you can't destroy a local IRS department. You can't destroy a local ATF department. So some of this stuff is just to try to galvanize people, but it's not realistic. So at some point it does become a bit disingenuous. Him saying that he doesn't want to fund Israel and all the anti-BDS stuff, I'm cool with that. But like some of these lofty goals that he knows he can't do, yeah, to me, that's a bit misleading and disingenuous. And like you said, it's a good start. Yeah, you got to crawl before you walk. So, I'm not trying to be overly or hypercritical of him, but like we've seen this movie before. Too many people, they say the things that you want and you like, yeah, they're the lesser of two evils. And then they get in there, they talk about drain the swamp, and then they get in there and you see that they're a bigger swamp creature than they were complaining about. So yeah, and people got to stop settling for a good start. A start is just that. A start means you started, right? We want to have a good start. Then we want to have consistency and sustainability so we finish strong, right? Imagine you watching a basketball game and they start off good, right? They're in the lead by 15 points. That's a good start. But then they end up getting blown out by 30 points. Are you going to be focused on the good start or the fact that they got blown out by 30 points? So we've had a lot of good starts. Even look at Trump, the First Step Act. Yeah, it's called a first step for a reason. If you're walking, do you just take one step? I took my first step. Okay, yeah. What about your second, third, fourth, and fifth step? I took the first step. It's a good start. Okay, yeah, it's a good start, but you got to get somewhere. You're not going to get somewhere with a first step means one step. You can't get anywhere with a one-step process, right? Imagine you're a quarterback, one step drop back. Yeah, that's not enough. You may have to have two steps. You may have to do a one step drop back, then turn. What I'm saying is the one step is not enough. The first step is not enough. The good start is not enough. But we can acknowledge the good start and we can acknowledge the first step. But what comes after that? Oftentimes people don't speak on that. Let's get back into it.
The primary by a staggering 49 points, one of the biggest beatings in American political history. But given that she's been all over the newspapers back home in the UK, I've decided to comply with
And Timeless says the lesser of two evils don't mean anything good. It's still evil. I've always hated that saying. We don't need none of that. Yeah, that's always saying. When you're talking about the lesser of two evils, the operative and key word is evil. Evil is not an option for me. What you're trying to say is that, hey, you're forced to choose evil. No, I'm not. There's other options. If the options is so you have options, right? Choose one evil entity, choose another evil entity, or abstain from electing either evil entity. Then they want to convince you by you saying, hey, here, vote for this evil candidate. There's two evil candidates, right? But you have the option to not vote. And they want to convince you by not voting for evil is somehow evil, right? Imagine there was a ballot. Adolf and Stalin is on the ballot, right? And you got to choose who was the lesser of two evils. Well, Stalin was pretty bad, or King Leopold was pretty bad, so I'm going to vote for Adolf. No, Adolf was horrible, so I'm going to vote for King Leopold. Or how about you say, you know what? I ain't voting for neither one of them. Oh, if you don't vote at all, that means you voted for Adolf. Huh? The shit doesn't even make any sense. You got Trump and Kamala, Trump and Biden. You like Trump is a bigot, Biden is a bigot. I ain't voting for neither one of them. If you don't vote for nobody, that means you voted for Trump. The shit doesn't make any sense. No, a vote. If you have an option, pizza, a hot dog, and a burger, And you say, you know what? I'm going to choose that slice of pizza. If you choose the slice of pizza, that really means you chose the hot dog. Huh? That doesn't make any sense. No, I chose the slice of pizza. A vote for no one is a vote for no one. A vote for third party is a vote for third party. Don't tell me because I voted for the Green Party that somehow I voted for Trump. It doesn't even make any sense. The lesser of two evils is saying, do you want a bowl of vomit soup with Parmesan encrusted flies, or do you want a double-decker shit sandwich? It's the lesser of two disgusting options that you have to choose from. Let's commence.
Tina Gomez's personal request that we temporarily lift her ban and have her back on Uncensored. And because she will ride on the coattails of the very reasonable Brits don't understand free speech argument, I've also invited a Brit who was kicked out of the United States for his speech. So joining me now is the Colombian-American activist and anti-Islam influencer Valentina Gomez and the journalist and MD of International Interest, Sami Hamdi. Well, welcome to both of you. Valentina Gomez, why do you think it was unfair that you were barred entry to the United Kingdom?
Good morning, Piers. So good to see you again.
Man, so when you see this chick, right? She's Latina. Okay. What race is she? She's Hispanic. Yeah, there's no race called Hispanic. So what race is this chick on there, right? They always like to talk about people of color. Okay, fine. What color is she? She's not brown. She's not yellow. She's not black. What color is she? And mind you, this chick has an extremely thick accent. Nothing wrong with having accents. I love people who have accents, right? If you in Cali and I go down south, they think I got an accent, right? Nothing wrong with having accents. It's a beautiful thing, and I love to hear them, right? But when you have a thick accent, and not only that, you're an immigrant from a country where you were failing at, and then you come over here and then you immigrate here, and then you want to disparage the foundational Black American community, and you want to attack Muslims and other what they would call marginalized groups, right? Who in the does she think she is? Let's get into it. I'm trying to refrain from some of the cuss words, but you know, I think I'm gonna have to unload. Like, you know, that big rig, that big rig energy is contagious.
Where are your manners, Piers? You're supposed to introduce me correctly. Come on, I'll give you a second chance for you to introduce me once again.
As what?
As the.
And this is where I gotta, you know, talk to some of you niggas, man. Some of these niggas see this chick and she's a spicy Latina, right? And you think, oh man, if I get inside that box, it might be ooey and gooey. And you're willing to overlook her bigotry, her hatred towards your collective society and community just because you want to get inside her torta? How simpish and pathetic could you be?
Most beautiful and truthful conservative you'll ever meet. Piers, great to see you. Since you don't have the decency to do it, I'll do it myself. Good morning to all of my English lads. I'll be looking forward to meeting each one of you on May 16th at the United Kingdom rally with Tommy Robinson.
All right, can you answer the question? Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere.
I'm getting there. And yes, Piers, you said last time on your show, if I lost my election, I wouldn't be back. But never say never, Piers. And believe it or not, Piers, you're my favorite Brit, and Piers. So I cannot wait to hop on a boat, swim.
You see how vile and disgusting she is. She said that Piers Morgan is her favorite prick. Brit. Now, Piers Morgan is a prick, so I can't even hold her on that. But he invites her on here for her to disrespect him. And then Piers Morgan is, you know, going to pretend it's like, oh, this is just uncensored. I'm giving anyone a fair platinum to speak. Well, why won't you have none of the foundationals on, right? You think that we're so wokety woke and race baiters and shit, but then he'll have actually racist bigots on. He'll give them the floor to say whatever they want. He'll have genocidal Ziomaniacs on his show to talk about how the Palestinians are Amalek and it's okay to bomb them, right? But he won't have any foundational on to make their case. He'll bring on Amaru Fuddle, aka Myron Gaines, aka Myron Lames, the tether from Sudan. He'll bring him on to pretend as if he speaks for foundationals. And then he's bringing this chick on for what? To disrespect them? To disrespect Muslims? What is the purpose of bringing her on? He allegedly banned her. And then he said, you know what? I'm going to bring the bigot back on. Why would you have to ban her? Because she is a grotesque little torta hating chick.
Across the English Channel, meet Shabana.
Are you able to answer the question, or are we just going to go around the
She's
houses?
going to bring me some fish and chips, and we're going to have an amazing time.
Right. Just once again, you obviously didn't hear me, or maybe you didn't understand it, but just for simplicity, why do you think it was unfair that you were banned entry to the United Kingdom?
Pierce, because I speak the truth, the same reason why the Bible is banned in every Muslim nation. And Pierce, if you come after my First Amendment, I can assure you I'm going to use my Second Amendment, Piers Morgan, because that's the beauty about the First Amendment.
So now she's threatening violence, saying, if you come after my First Amendment, I'm going to use my Second Amendment, right? So she's talking as if she's so American and she cares about these American values, but all she wants to do is be violent. She wants to use her First Amendment to spew hatred towards various groups and most of her vitriols towards foundational Black Americans. Then she's threatening to use her Second Amendment to shoot people who disagree. She's a low IQ, incompetent immigrant, right? Nothing wrong with being an immigrant. But if you're immigrating from a place that some would call a shithole or a hellhole, that's not what I call it. That's what Trump is calling their places. Trump calls their places shitholes and hellholes. Then they want to immigrate over here and not just kiss the booty of Trump. They put their hands firmly on the cheeks, spread them apart, lick up and down and all around. They're not just butt kissers, they're crack lickers. I will vote for Donald Trump. Remember that? They said they will vote for Donald Trump, and then Donald Trump said, they're bringing crime. They're not sending their best. He called you guys grapists, and y'all still said, I will vote for Donald Trump. And then you're over here calling Black people pinche miates and niggers and all this other stuff. We weren't out there talking about building the wall. We were the ones out there crashing out for immigration harder than any other group. Guess who was vehemently against open borders? Other Latinos. Let's get back into it.
Whether you disagree with it, we have to protect it at all costs. Just like when your wife goes online and asks to be, I would say, accommodated by pool boys, since you already know what's going on with that.
Okay, are you making some weird threat involving guns? I can't really keep up with what you're saying.
Absolutely not. I'm saying I speak the truth. I'm saying that.
She says she speaks the truth, but are y'all picking up what she's putting down? Is this the best the high IQs have to offer? I mean, if you're going to bring a spicy Latina, at least bring a sophisticated one. Not an imbecile.
I want every rapist and pedophile behind bars and publicly executed. I'm saying I want every terrorist dead. And I'm saying also that every Muslim should start respecting Christian nations and maybe hopefully go back to their 56 Muslim nations, Piers Morgan.
Your reaction when the British...
So she's saying Muslims need to go back to their nation like, chick, you're an immigrant to the U.S. Why aren't you in your nation? It's funny because these people try to come over and then they want to try to be a big dog. Yeah, I'm an immigrant, but you know, I'm trying to assimilate. And this is why she's a W. This is why there's no race called Latina. There's no race called Hispanic. There's no race called Cubano, Mexican, Dominican, Puerto Rican, right? We know what race this chick is. And like Monique said, All this chick is a white lady with a taco. Shout out to the tacos, because I love tacos, burrito, sopes, right? And like Red 6 says, she can barely speak English. She can barely speak English, but she knows how to say nigger. She knows how to say no to reparations. She knows how to call Muslims dirty. So she can barely speak English, but she's using the little bit of English that she knows to say vile, disgusting, insulting remarks and epithets. Okay. But some of you niggas and some of you W people, you'll be willing to overlook it because you think that she has some Latina cooch that you want to swim in. You want to dip your thing in there like a Tostito dipping in some salsa, right? I get it, bro. Don't be willing to sell out your country just for you to get a taste of her taco. Let's get back into it.
Secretary Shabana Mahmood banned you from coming in for this rally because of the incendiary, bigoted comments that you've been on the record as saying. Was you called her a dirty Pakistani Muslim and said, I'm coming to England on a boat. Obviously, that is grotesquely offensive, racist, bigoted, and vile. But also, there's a point I'd like to make to you is that Shabana Mahmood was born in Birmingham in England. She's as English as I am. You, however, were born in Colombia. You weren't born in the United States. So I would argue that Shabana Mahmood has much more validity to be considered English than you do to be an American.
Piers Morgan, she's from Pakistan. You're an actual British. And let's talk about Pakistan.
She was born in Birmingham, in the middle of England.
Her parents are from Pakistan. Let's not.
Yeah, she was born in Birmingham, in England. She was born in England.
And she's from
English
Pakistan.
Citizen.
Her parents are from Pakistan. And Piers Morgan, the Pakistan is not known for being the cleanest place on earth. It's actually a dirty shithole full of terrorists. I've never heard anybody say that they want to go to Pakistan for vacation.
So I think this chick is Colombiana. She's calling Pakistan a shithole, right? But last time I checked, which country is considered to have more advanced scientists and technological advancements? Colombia or Pakistan? I'm just asking, right? And then fine, let's just grant and say Pakistan is a shithole. What would that make Colombia? Is Colombia a first world country? Is Colombia a utopia? Because if it is, why the hell did she flee from there? Fair questions to ask, right? She's saying Pakistan is so bad, but you fled your homeland. If Colombia was popping, why are you here?
Okay, let me bring in our other guest because your reaction when the British Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood banned you from coming in for this rally because of the incendiary, bigoted comments that you've been on the record as saying, was you called her a dirty Pakistani Muslim and said, I'm coming to England on a boat. Obviously, that is grotesquely offensive, racist, bigoted, and vile. But also, there's a point I'd like to make to you is that Shabana Mahmood was born in Birmingham in England. She's as English as I am. You, however, were born in Colombia. You weren't born in the United States. So I would argue that Shabana Mahmood has much more validity to be considered English than you do to be an American.
Piers Morgan, she's from Pakistan. You're an actual British. And let's talk about Pakistan.
She was born in
for a
Birmingham,
second.
in the middle of England.
Her parents are from Pakistan. Let's not.
Yeah, she was born in Birmingham, in England. She was born in England.
And she's from
English
Pakistan.
Citizen.
Her parents are from Pakistan. And Piers Morgan, the Pakistan is not known for being the cleanest place on earth. It's actually a dirty shithole full of terrorists. I've never heard anybody say that they want to go to Pakistan for vacation.
So first of all, shout out to Pakistan. You know what I mean? I did know somebody from Pakistan. He moved out here. He changed his name. I don't know what his ethnic name was, but his name was Raymond, right? And I was like, hey, bro, are you ever going to go back to Pakistan? And he was like, hell no, they'll fucking kill me. That's exactly what he told me. I always remember that. So Raymond, if you're listening, salute to you, bro. And the dude was hella smart too. He used to be he would be charging to do people's homework and stuff like that. But I always remember that because he was like, man, if he goes back, they are gonna, they gonna get him up out of here. Now, she called Pakistan a shithole, right? Now, salute to Colombia. I love Colombian people. So salute to the Colombianas, but we have to be real, right? Because they always talk about the Black community and this so-called accountability problem, right? Well, y'all see this on the screen, and it's okay if you can't see this. I will read it for you. Colombia is widely regarded as one of the most violent countries in the world. Gang violence, drug trafficking, corruption, and organized crime create a persistent climate of insecurity. The country has invested heavily in security. Public spending on order and security rose 130% in a decade. But violence remains a major economic and social burden, costing about $274 billion in 2023. So while you're over here talking about what's going on in Pakistan, you need to clean up some, what you fled from in your homeland. The murder rate is around 25.7 per 100,000 people, the third highest in South America. Colombia has seen a steady number of violent deaths, with gang warfare and drug-related violence driving much of the toll. Burglaries, vehicle thefts, break-ins are common, especially in urban areas. Muggings, assaults, cell phone theft, robbery are frequent threats to travelers and residents. The U.S. State Department warns that travelers should reconsider visiting due to crime and terrorism risk. Hold on. I thought she was saying Pakistan has a bunch of terrorists. Well, the U.S. Department of State says there's risk when you go to Colombia and you should reconsider. Is rated as a critical threat location. So this is literally the pot calling the kettle black, right? She's talking about how bad Pakistan is. It's like, ma'am, have you seen some of the disgusting things that go on in your homeland? Have you guys heard of a Colombian necktie? They talk about the Crips and the Bloods and all this stuff. Have you heard of a Crip necktie? No, you haven't, because there's no such thing. You heard of a Blood necktie? No, you can't, because there's no such thing. A Colombian necktie? Yeah, people have heard of that. Where you slit someone's throat and you reach in and you pull their tongue out through their throat. That's a Colombian necktie. Whose culture is that? Who's raising people who would even do that type of stuff? Fair questions to ask. So she's over here talking about which place is a shithole. It's like, ma'am, have you looked in the mirror? Have you seen what's going on in your homeland? But let me get back into it and let me check the chat. Isn't Colombia known for drugs and women busting it open for coins? Yeah, not only that, bruh, prostitution is normalized out there. And hey, I'm pro ho, so get your dough. You know what I mean? Ho lives matter. So I'm not against hoes, you know what I mean? But you can't try to talk about sexy red twerking. What's worse? Sexy red twerking in a video, or a chick on the corner on the blade selling that cootie cat for coins, for shekels, for shillings? Which one is worse? One is a song talking about coochie popping, and one is on a dirt road literally popping that cooch. Whose culture is that? You said, I've been hanging around Mexicans too long. You got to get your food cuisines right. So she's Colombian, so she's not a taco, but black beans and rice. Yeah. I said taco because Don't get it twisted. Colombians eat tacos too, but it sounds better to say a dude wants a taste of her taco more so than saying a dude wants a taste of her black beans and rice. You get what I'm saying? And you don't got to be Colombiana to have a taco. Black chicks have tacos. White chicks have tacos. A taco is referring to a specific genital region and orifice, right? I'm going to play a little bit more of this and then I'm going to transition because I can only deal with so much of this, you know, bimbo right here. The bimbo from Bogota.
Okay, let me bring in our other guest because you're obviously intent on being as disgusting as possible, which is your modus operandi. That's why nobody voted for you, by the way. But it doesn't really interest me what happens with your political
Thousands of people voted for me.
That was another thing. She tried to run for office and got completely and utterly obliterated. Nobody voted for her. The only people that voted for her was a bunch of simps that was trying to sniff, lick, and penetrate her taco. Or as Roger Meadows would say, they were trying to penetrate her black bean and rice bowl. Is that good enough for you, Roger? And matter of fact, Roger, you know what, bruh? Hold on, bro. You know what? I'm on one. Hey, Roger. I love you, bro. I really do, bro. But Roger.
Hold on here, bro. Excuse me, okay? First of all, who are you? Respect that. That's all I ask, bro. That's all I ask. Excuse me, everybody. Please listen up. I do need your attention. I'm going to say this once because I ain't going to say it again. All right? We almost had an altercation up in here. I don't want it to happen again. All right? So remember these 3 words. Respect my house. All right? Okay, see? See, now you found yourself a nigga. You was looking for a nigga? Nigga here now, see?
Okay. Today's forecast, dark and cloudy, and chance of drive-by.
This shit just got rigged. What you gonna do, bitch?
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do.
You ever heard of rolling 20s, nigga? Since I was 16, nigga. Okay. See, what he thought was he could come up in here and make the rules, but now he see that I run this bitch, and now he about to bounce.
Now you don't gotta bounce, Roger, because you my bro. I love you. But Roger Meadows.
And I quote, you know your damn role and shut your damn mouth.
Let's commence.
Sammy, well, you lost by one of the biggest thrashings in American political history. So the voters voted with their own votes. Sammy Hamdi, let me bring you in here. You were detained in America by ICE officers for 2 weeks while on a speaking tour. They alleged that you supported terror.
No, I didn't see that, Red 6, but I'm not surprised. Red 6 says, did you ever see when she was on Twitter Space with a bunch of dub supremacists and they told her to go back to her country? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, the dubs was like, bro, we ain't voting for you. They said there was a reason why they were saying build the wall and they wanted all illegal immigrants out of here. And even though they were aiming that ire and vitriol towards some people who were legal immigrants as well, they didn't give a flying fig Newton because they were like, hey, you're not Anglo. She really is racially a W person, but they try to see her as an ethnic other. So they said, nah, even though you're a white Latina, you're not like us. So they pick and choose which Latinos and Latinos they accept. Nick Fuentes is a bigoted bozo, but guess what else he is? Latino. But no, they try to act as he's just the whitest of the white people. So they pick and choose. This chick she's a white lady with a taco, or a white lady with a black bean and rice bowl. That's all she is. And to be clear, there's nothing wrong with being white. But it shows you how bigoted and how some white people delineate. And they said, yeah, even if she may be white, you're a white chick who speaks Spanish and you barely speak English. So you're not like us. And they told her, hey, get your stuff and get to stepping. That's pretty much what they told her. And Roger says she ran in Missouri, lost, went to Texas, lost there. What she's trying to run in England now, pretty much. All she's trying to do is run in the arms of a zaddy. She's hoping that one of these low IQ, moist MAGA morons try to wife her up, or she's hoping that some sort of like an Enrique Tario, right? Like a melanated person who sees himself as white, wifes her up, and so she has a retirement plan to spew her bigotry unencumbered. Let's get back into it. I'm going to let him respond, and then I'm going to transition.
Terrorism posed a threat to national security. They said, we said it before, we'll say it again. The United States has no obligation to host foreigners who support terrorism and actively undermine the safety of Americans. Now, you were later allowed to go back to the UK after 2 weeks. But what was your reaction to being barred entry and then being, well, allowed in, but being held in detention and then sent back?
Thank you very much, Piers, for having me. I think, to be honest, the climate in America at the time, you could almost sense that something was coming. My particular case slightly differs from Valentina in that, for me, it was a particularly targeted attack. There was a lady called Laura Loomer online who was going after those who were advocating for Palestine. So they went after American Muslims for Palestine in Michigan. The judge ruled in favor of the American Muslims for Palestine.
So you heard her say Laura Loomer is great, and already just showed you that Laura Loomer is racist. She's a lunatic. She's low IQ. And here you got this spicy W Latina saying she's great. Why? Because she's bigoted towards black people, and she's a Zionist bootlicker.
American citizens, they went after them in Nevada. The judge ruled that they have freedom of speech. They went after Mehdi Hassan and his naturalization. They failed there. They went after Mahmoud Khalil and the green card, and they failed. The judge ruled that Mahmoud Khalil is allowed to stay. So they went after student visas, Rumaysa Ozturk and Muhsin Mahdawi in Colombia. They failed there. And then there was sort of, we need to find something because the judges are ruling against us. And the video appeared of me speaking in Kuala Lumpur, in which I was telling an audience that we should speak freely in these democracies, because with this freedom, as people are hearing the message, as they're hearing the message of the humanization of the Palestinians, people are changing their minds. Tucker Carlson is changing his mind. Candace Owens is changing her mind. Dave Smith is changing his mind. And that's why we don't need the violence. We can speak freely, democratically, and use those freedoms to change their opinions. We can use our words and show the images and show the videos. Laura Loomer took this video, her and Senator Ted Cruz and an individual called Dinesh D'Souza, and they openly came on Twitter and said, we need to go after this British lecturer who's giving lectures in Stanford, in Berkeley, in CUNY, all these other places. We need to get rid of them. So this was on the Monday. I saw that tweet. So I was sort of expecting it. And the reason I was only there for 2 weeks as opposed to 6 months, like some other people, is because the friends of mine at the State Department, I'm a risk consultant, I've advised the State Department on a few occasions, they came out and said this was a misunderstanding, we'll clear the record, just go.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari.
Just after October the 7th had happened, at a London mosque, and this was cited by the Department of Homeland Security in America, where you said, celebrate the victory. We are pitying a people who brought a huge victory since 1948. Don't pity them. They don't want your pity. Celebrate the victory. And you then asked the crowd, when you got the news that it happened, how many of you felt the euphoria? Now, you said that you were taken out of context.
He's a terrorist, Piers. He celebrates terrorist attacks. What do you expect from somebody like that?
I mean, if you could wait, please, please. Sammy, just, you said you were taken out of context. Explain how you were taken out of context.
So, Piers, that particular video, the reason why, I mean, I know what the Homeland Security, Department of Homeland Security was saying. In the courts, this was not mentioned at all. The charge sheet only said overstayed the visa because of a revocation. But this particular point that you mentioned, the reason the video was never presented is because it's a doctored video of 5 different clips with 20 minutes between each clip. And when something similar happened to Donald Trump, a BBC director ended up being sacked. The point here being is what is allegedly said in the video that they were claiming wasn't actually being said, which is why 2 federal judges, while I was in ICE, ruled that there were signs that my freedom of speech had been violated and that I had a case to present at the federal courts, which is why when the government came to talks, that it's been demonstrated you can't walk over them and do a piece without consulting them or including them in it. And that's why everybody should celebrate that the Palestinians are back. The Palestinians are involved in what's being discussed, because people are realizing, just as you couldn't force the African Americans to abide by slavery, now you're realizing that injustice will result in these incidents. The only way to stop it is to engage the Palestinians. And now everybody is talking to them. That's the victory. But on no account, Piers,
Okay, so y'all can watch that video uninterrupted on Piers Morgan channel if y'all want to watch the rest of it. I just want to show, you know, some of the, you know, the bigotry from, you know, the Colombian kooky bimbo, but I could only stomach so much of her. So this is going to be the last story. You know, this one may ruffle some feathers, but, you know, it's a necessary discussion, right? Now, I do believe, actually, let me just let some of this play and then actually give me one moment, right? I appreciate y'all. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. Now, if you want to hit your boy with a contribution, I got the Cash App at the bottom, $Easy Stack. But if you're unwilling or unable to make a contribution financially, guess what? It won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. Share, comment, subscribe, hit that notification bell because most of my streams are impromptu so that you stay abreast whenever your boy goes live. There's multiple ways to support. You can do it financially and you can do it freely by just sharing your boy out and telling a friend to tell a friend. So while I get ready to pull this video up, I'm going to hit y'all with 30 seconds to hit that like button.
Be easy, tell me how it feel. Ooh, tell me how it feel. To be real, to be really that dude. Be easy, that dude. Ay, 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 that dude. Oh, be easy.
Okay, and we're back at it. So now we're going to get into this, and this video is going to be this is what I call the co-opting of reparations, right? So this is just a prelude to the discussion, right? Many people will try to say, why y'all big in the government, right? They try to say things like that, but this is only reserved for us. People have no issues with reparations. They only have issues paying the specific party and demographic that's truly owed reparation. You have the Democrats that's saying reparations are toxic and Bernie Sanders is not feasible, right? But suddenly they're saying that, oh, immigrants should get reparations because they came here illegally, voluntarily, and they were mistreated by ICE, so they should get reparations, right? Donald Trump and Colombia gave millions and millions of dollars to over 500 plus Jewish organizations because of alleged anti-Semitism. This happened last year. Kathy Hochul in 2024 gave millions to Jewish people for Holocaust survivors, allegedly, and their heirs. So the whole, well, y'all was never a slave. Those people were never in any type of Holocaust. They weren't sent into some oven to be cooked or baked. But guess what? Their ancestors were. So they were paid the debt that was owed to their ancestors. This is not hard to figure out, especially if you're considering yourself to be high IQ. But we're going to get into it. Both of these people are actually disingenuous, right? There's a black dude. I don't know if he's a foundational, but he is a black dude, and he will make some coherent arguments. However, since he doesn't truly support reparations, at least lineage status based cash reparations, in addition to other forms of restorative recompense, right? He doesn't truly support that. He supports things that are already on the books that are reframed as reparations. And we'll get into this video. And this dude, this bigoted dude on the screen, we'll just see is he as high IQ as he purports. But I also had to give a shout out to Lex 925 aka Chocolate Glow, in the building. Let's get into this thing. And this video, if you want to watch it uninterrupted, is on the Digital Social Hour podcast by Sean Kelly. It's titled Heated White Privilege Debate Goes Off the Rails Fast. Now, this is about an hour and 33 minutes. I'm definitely not going to play all of that unless somebody blesses me on the Cash App. Then, I'll play the whole thing. Otherwise, I'll do like 20, 30 minutes of this so I can comment on it. Let's get into it. Hold on. Let me get it right.
For 246 years.
Here today, we're going to be debating reparations. If either of you guys feel like the debate gets out of hand, just raise your hand. I'll step in, or you could say appeal to moderator. We're going to start off with a video, which is why we're debating here today. So play this video. Okay, so that was from a Jubilee 2-on-2 debate, right? You guys did a few months ago.
Yeah, it was from Jubilee's Roundtable. And that video, that particular clip has 1.5 million views now on my Instagram.
Wow. Good. And I'm sure other people reposted it too. So probably got a lot more.
It's still getting comments as we're doing this debate right now as we speak. So yeah, it's that clip was viral. But I mean, Bo, I'll give you the floor to open up.
No, I would like to ask you a question.
Sure.
And just lay it out the best you can. Why do you think you deserve reparations?
Because the economic impact of slavery and Jim Crow still has a net negative impact that is demonstrably provable for Black Americans in this country today. When you look at for example, and I have some notes that I've already written down here, federal policy discrimination going as far back as just as close to the 20th century, redlining via home ownership lines of credit, federal housing agency maps, systematically denied Black families access to mortgages, home ownership, wealth building through property. GI Bill benefits were disproportionately inaccessible to Black veterans, and median white household wealth today is 6 to 10 times that of Black households, and that varies by data set per year. But the home ownership gap remains large by 30 percentage points, and these are not random disparities. They track historically enforced exclusion. And the fact of the matter is that the black people in this country did essentially free labor for 246 years via slavery. That was then compounded by another 100 plus years of racial discrimination codified purely on genetics. And Black people contributed over $233 billion, again, as slaves to the United States economy that we were never recompensed for. And I couldn't call myself a conservative, a Republican, anything of the sort. Without,
You're not. But
well, you can say that, but tell me what a Republican is.
I would say a Republican is somebody that has conservative Christian values.
So this is what's called white, and I say so. He's trying to tell this dude that he's not conservative. Okay, like actually, I can make a conservative argument for reparations, right? A fiscally conservative, and I actually will pull up some things to, give you all a bit of scholarship when it comes to that, right? But this dude, and what, I said this on another thing. What happened to wearing ties, bruh? Seriously, y'all let me know in the chat. If you gonna dress up, really dress up. If I get suited and booted, I'm suited and booted. I'm not wearing a suit and some Jordans. I'm wearing a suit and a tie. And I get it. There are some instances where you don't necessarily need a tie, but every time I see these people without a tie, they have this unbuttoned shirt. Sometimes they got the taco meat showing. This dude with the little crooked collar. It's like, bruh, you got on the dingy shirt. When did people stop wearing ties? I guess I must just be too much of an old nigga. I guess I'm one of them old niggas that still wears ties, I guess. Man, okay, let's get back into it. Y'all let me know. Am I wrong? What is wrong with wearing a tie? The dude over here with this, mayo encrusted shirt. Yeah, bro, this is wild. Let's get into it, though.
That would lean more towards self-regulation rather than government regulation, less taxes, less lobbyists, less government control.
Yeah, well, most of my work is behind the scenes. These are public debates. So if the debates are public, I'm going to publicly respond to it and react to it. And once these debates become public, many people are not really lobbying behind the scenes, right? And many people are not organizing to lobby behind the scenes. So, if people are going to tell somebody what they need to do, you need to be doing that as well. It's almost like somebody saying, what we need to be doing is picking up trash. How much trash have you picked up? None, but we need to pick up trash. Okay, how about you start picking up trash, right? So everybody needs to be doing something behind the scenes. And I have a saying, each can teach 10, and not everybody is skin folk. I mean, not everyone is kinfolk, right? But those who are deemed kinfolk, each one of you should be responsible for recruiting and teaching 10 people, young, old, or whatever. If you got 10 people that do that, your numbers will be extremely significant and formidable for any event that you pull up to, right? If you pull up to any function with just 10 people, not just 10 people, 10 Spartan-esque type people, right? You pull up with 10 Leonidases, yeah, you're going to be able to contend with the masses just by that, you know what I mean? But that's just an analogy. But we've been joined by the 504 boy, Wode, New Orleans, in the building. I've been seeing people still wear ties. Yeah, of course, people still wear them, but it's seeming that it's becoming more rare. I'm seeing more people that's like have this whole button thing, and that's fine, but it's like, damn, man, it's just looks a little bit janky to me, right? You said I didn't mean you, but as a community, I was like, oh damn, I thought Rogers was taking shots. I was like, damn, Roger, do I gotta hit you again? But no, I'm just joking with you though. Ties have been found to be tied, pardon the pun, to strokes at collapse your carotid artery. But let's get back into it.
And when you're going for reparations, that's more taxes. But before we get off on that, I want to ask you a couple questions regarding your opening statement. When did redlining end? When did segregation end? That's been over 60, 70 years at this point, and you guys are still talking about it. So I just curious.
So mind you, this dude purports himself to be at high IQ. When did redlining end? And you guys are still talking about it. Huh? What the hell is this dude talking about? Redlining, though outlawed in 1968, continues to affect Black people. They try to say communities of color, but it mainly affects Black people. They only try to say this. So, hey, look, it's not just affecting Black people, right? But when they talk about crime, do they say community of color crime, POC crime, or did they say Black on Black crime? When niggas was out there getting lynched and, you know, no niggers allowed, was it saying no communities of color allowed or no niggers allowed, right? When they did they have Black codes or did they have community of color codes? So all of this is to try to all lives matter our pain and plight and say, hey, look how Blacks were lynched. Look how Blacks were brutalized. So now we have to help communities of color, but no one even knows who you're talking about, right? They'll talk about some white Hispanics and say that they're people of color. They'll talk about some pale Asians who look like the Koreans from BTS and say they're communities of color. Like, who the hell are you talking about? But when we're talking about foundational Black American freedom, we know who they are. But yes, redlining is still going on today. So all of these people try to say, yeah, but man, redlining was 60 years ago, right? And let's just say that it was 60 years ago. If you redline someone out of a neighborhood and into a dilapidated, an area with dilapidated buildings, and your home was able to gain equity on it 20 years, 30 years later, it's like, bro, why are you complaining, right? Or if you did the acts like the Homestead Act and gave away millions of acres for free, and 60 years later, you have compound interest on the land that you were given freely, and you're like, bro, why are you still complaining? So we're not giving you niggas anything, but then you give goodies, giveaways, and guarantees to poor peasants, and then say, bro, why are they ahead of you? Give me those thousands of acres like you gave them. Forget the thousands. Give me the hundreds of acres like you gave them. No, you're saying pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But we're bootless. So how can we pull yourself up by your bootstrap? Oh, we'll just figure it out. But those other people didn't figure it out. You gave them boots, and then you said the boots wasn't enough. You gave them strollers, you gave them food, you gave them loans and land grants that they didn't have to pay back. How are you trying to compare apples to apples? You're comparing apples to a baseball. It just doesn't even make sense. So this dude is like, well, when did redlining end? Redlining never end. Which is why you have people that still practice NIMBYism, not in my backyard. They're still saying, there goes the neighborhood. Because if it's too many blacks, then there's going to be white flight, because they believe blacks peoples, even if they're not violent, even if they're not degenerate, bring the property value down just by being black. That's still going on today. It was just a couple years ago where they found that the Navy Credit Union was denying black applicants, even with the similar credit scores or higher credit scores than their white counterparts. This is still going on today. It's not ancient history. If I can find this out, and I'm not an Ivy League graduate with a master's, how could the people who love to talk about LSATs and you guys are sub-Saharan savages? Okay, fine. That means you're the high IQ. Why haven't you figured this out? So either you figured this out and you're being disingenuous and omitting information, which is a lie by omission, or your IQ isn't as high as you purported to be and you're actually a low IQ lunatic, which is more likely the case. So let's get back into it. But yes, redlining never end. Right. They'll do the practice of redlining and just won't call it redlining. Right. It's just like someone who's being sexually assaulted, right? And instead of calling it RAPE, you call it forcible penetration. That ain't graping nobody. I forcibly penetrated somebody. It's the same thing. They say they're not redlining anymore by the name redlining, but in practice, they do exactly what redlining does, right? Not in my backyard. What does that mean? That means no niggers allowed. That's what it means. When did that stop? On paper, you can say it stopped in a specific year. In practice, it never stopped. If you're a high IQ, how don't you know this? Let's get back into it, though.
Curious to know, those things ended and you actually never experienced them.
Right.
So I'd like to know why you deserve reparations. I understand why they might deserve reparations, but I want to know why you deserve reparations.
Well, let me define. Let me.
And then the whole thing, I understand why they might deserve reparations. Then right there, and this dude, this black dude, he really doesn't truly support reparations in terms of lineage status-based cash payments. He supports whatever conservative think tank told him to say. And this is what people are trying to do: co-opt reparations, take our talking points, make a compelling argument, but then but then when it's time to dole out cash, well, reparations is more than just a check, huh? Then they start talking about business loans. That's not fucking reparations. Imagine your daughter was violently actually assaulted, right? And in order to give her reparations, they gave her a business loan that she had to pay back and said, hey, baby, I know that you were forcibly penetrated and violated, and your reparations is a loan that you got to pay back. Huh? The shit doesn't even make sense. No, reparations is what you gave to the chosen J people. If it ain't what they got, then it ain't reparations.
Let me first set a baseline. When I define reparations, I am not talking about getting what Dr. William Darity said that Black Americans would be entitled to, which is $250,000. I think that would create a situation where the U.S. couldn't pay that debt. It's impossible. However, you lost me right there, bruh. And you know what? I can't remember what this dude's name is, but I gotta hit him.
How please? Nigga, please. How? Nigga, what? Nigga, please. Nigga, please. What?
So he truly doesn't support reparations. He said, I don't support reparations like Sandy Darity said, but so, okay, fine. Then you don't support reparations at all. Now, this is where he's going to try to co-opt our arguments, make compelling arguments, but ultimately he's going to try to reframe what he supports as reparations, but it's not even reparations. All he's going to list is some programs that they've already implemented. He's going to talk about, now he's not going to frame it and call it this, but he's going to be talking about the same types of DEI types of initiatives that have already been out there. He's just not going to call it DEI. Reparations doesn't involve a loan that you got to pay back. And he's trying to frame this as, oh no, man, he doesn't want to do what Sandy Darity said because that will cost too much. Well, you know what, man? That sounds like a defeated victim mindset. All of these people talk about not having a victim mindset, but suddenly sounds like a victim mindset. But let's get into some of this stuff, man, because we gonna try to break it down and hit y'all with some scholarship. Don't worry, I'll prepare some visuals, but let me just get to the top here, right? Okay. Damn, I had a lot in here. Okay, so here we go, right? Bam. I'll start right here. And if y'all can't see it, actually, hold on. Let me do this. Bam. And I'm gonna pull this down. Give me 1 second. Okay. So let's address some of these talking points, right? It's too expensive, right? No, it's not. We've spent $8 trillion on wars. What did you get from those wars, right? They hate us because of our freedom. No, they hate you because you were bombing and slaughtering their people. $8 trillion on wars. $5 trillion on C-19 relief. 16 trillion on bank bailouts. Too big to fail. How is that pulling yourself up by your bootstrap, right? See, if a black person does a crime, then they say, hey, the whole community has to answer for it. One musty nigga from Oakland did a drive-by, but the entire community has to answer for it. There were multiple white people who led the country into this rut that had these banks leaking oil so that they had to get a bailout. What white person was held accountable for that? They weren't held accountable. Instead, they were bailed out. They tell you, you niggers don't deserve anything. Okay, fine. We don't deserve anything. Neither do the banks. Oh, no. The banks, they deserve not millions, not billions, trillions and trillions in terms of bailouts. They tell you, why y'all big in the government? Why y'all looking for a handout? What's another word for handout? Bailout? You niggers don't need a bailout. Okay, fine. But the banks do. 2 trillion on tax cuts for the wealthy. We can't afford it. It's a choice. Moreover, reparations largely pay for themselves through economic activity and tax revenue. Net cost is minimal to zero. Long-term economic benefits exceed costs. The real question is, why is money available for banks and bombs, but not for justice? Remember, this is a morally righteous white Christian nation. What is morally righteous about slaughtering, kidnapping, trafficking people, castrating people, lynching them, debt peonage, sharecropping, enslavement, mass incarceration? What is Christian or morally righteous about that? It would cause massive inflation. No, it wouldn't. Why? You can phase the implementation, right? You can do it over a 10-year, 20-year, or etc. period. Now, these are just kind of arbitrary figures, but the figures could be crunched in to ensure that the math works, right? Productive spending. So the money could be allocated towards housing, which increases supply over time, education, which increases productivity, business investment, which increases goods and services, debt payoff. It doesn't increase the money supply. These uses increase productive capacity, which will offset inflation. Where the fiscal conservatives talking like this and telling you about this, right? All they saying is we can't do it. We can't do it. And then it turns into billions to Israel. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Huh? When it comes to war, trillions and trillions, and nobody is saying, how are you going to pay for that? They just try to frame it as like, oh, we have to do this. No. We don't. The C-19 relief, $5 trillion in 2 years caused inflation, but supply chain issues were the primary cause. Reparations would be more gradual, less inflationary pressure. Federal Reserve can manage inflation if needed. They can adjust interest rates. They can reserve requirements. Open market operations. In comparisons, reparations is less inflationary than war spending, which destroys our productive capacity, which now people are saying that our munitions and artillery stockpiles have been heavily depleted to help Ukraine. And I know they were saying, well, we gave them a bunch of old weapons. Okay, well, what about all of the missiles and aircraft that we've given to Israel and to meddle in foreign conflicts, right? When you give tax cuts to the wealthy, that money sits idle in some sort of Swiss bank account. But reparations for foundationals is a productive investment that will increase supply and cause minimal inflation. So they'll say, you niggers don't deserve anything. Y'all gonna cause inflation. No, it won't. But if it would be minimal. And then they champion on war that causes massive inflation. But hey, as long as you get to wear a red hat and say MAGA, you don't give a damn, right? Why should current taxpayers have to pay for historical wrongs? Yeah, well, go tell the people in New York that had to pay for Jewish people's reparations in 2024. Last time I checked, this is in Germany. Last time I checked, there were no concentration camps that threw Jewish people in here. But guess what? New Yorkers were still on the hook. And not only that, the U.S. government helped facilitate global reparations for the J people. Never forget what happened over a course of decade, but tell someone to get over something that happened over a course of centuries. Make it make sense. So there's several reasons why current taxpayers should pay for the historical wrongs. And mind you, this is about the government, not an individual, not saying that all white people is bad. Nobody is saying that. This is a legal claim towards the government, right? Current white Americans benefit from the wealth built on slavery. So nobody cares about benefiting from the wealth of slavery. It's just you don't want the blame. You want the benefit, but not the blame. They'll say, we conquered it. Okay, fine. You did conquer it. What did you do when you were conquering? You were raping people. You were castrating people. You were poisoning people. Hey, you can't blame me for that. So you don't want to be blamed for what happened during the conquering, but you do want to take credit for the conquering? Huh? There were generational wealth transfers, property inherited from discriminatory practices. So when they would go burn down black property and then steal it, and then you inherited the stolen property, all of y'all talk about this is a nation of law and why didn't you just comply? Well, why didn't those peasants and those bigots comply with morality and Christianity of thou shalt not steal? Instead, they stole land and then they said, well, here's a Bible, right? And we need more God in schools. Why do we need more God in schools when people were enslaving people and then reading the Bible and saying it was God's plan? They were lynching people with the Bible in hand. We need more of that. beneficiaries of an unjust enrichment, right? So you want to benefit from the pain, plight, and tribulations. It's just you don't want to get any blood on your hand. I had nothing to do with that. Actually, you did have something to do with that, because there was a house built on the backs of slaves. You didn't care. You said, well, I didn't enslave them. Yeah, but you just took the house, right? Imagine I steal a car and then I give it to you. I didn't steal the car. Yeah, but you accepted stolen property. So now you're on the hook for riding around a stolen car. You can't blame me for stealing the car. Yeah, I can't blame you for stealing the car. I can blame you for knowingly accepting stolen property and joyriding it, right? I never owned any slaves. That's because you couldn't afford it. If you were able to afford a slave, you would have owned one. So that's kind of one of the weakest and most feckless arguments. It's almost like somebody saying, I never drove a Lamborghini. That's because you can't afford one. If I say, here's the keys to a Lamborghini, you're going to take the keys and go drive one. If somebody said, here's a slave, you wouldn't make a morally righteous argument and said, no, I don't want to own slaves, right? That's against my religion. You would take the slave and then you would start saying, well, everybody owns slaves. No, everyone didn't own slaves. And if it's deplorable and detestable, why are you trying to make excuses for what everyone else did? There were a lot of times where everybody was doing incest, right? Would you be incestuous with your sister because everybody was doing it? No, that would be disgusting. Just like slavery was and is. Government continuity. So the U.S. government is a continuous entity, right? So this was the government who had us enslaved, and even they were enforcing and codifying slavery in a racial, color-coded ethnic caste system. This was the government. It's the government. That's who was doing that. The same government that enslaved people, the same government that broke promises. It was the government who said, look, we hate you niggers, but we do owe y'all some reparations. It was the bigots who said they owe us 40 acres and a mule. So even a bigot said, we don't like these niggas, but we owe these niggas reparations. And then a bigger bigot and said, no, we don't owe them niggas reparations, right? So it's already been proven that the debt is owed. It's just people are trying to make arguments and dance around it and say it's not feasible. But there's only one demographic that they say it's not feasible for. And debts don't just disappear with time, especially when you're still reaping the benefits of slavery, right? The White House is still here. Guess who built the White House? Free enslaved labor. Get over it, right? Should we get over the prestige of the White House? So if we're still enamored at how prestigious the White House is, then we also have to acknowledge and sympathize with the people who built that White House under duress and under barbaric conditions that no Christian would champion. No true Christian, at least. We have precedent. We pay government debts from the past, bonds, pensions. You're paying government debts. That's not pulling yourself up by your bootstrap. That's saying that, you know what, this can collectively help society. And that's what we're going to do. We honor treaty obligations from the past. Y'all need to get over slavery. But they don't tell the so-called natives to get over what happened to them. Many of those natives aren't even actually Native Americans. They're not indigenous. They're people who are indigenous to Europe, who look like Elizabeth Warren, Justin Timberlake, and Justin Bieber. It's a bunch of people running around looking like Macaulay Culkin, who is saying, I'm Cherokee and I'm indigenous. Okay. We pay for past government decisions, good and bad. Collective responsibility, right? Citizens inherit both assets and liabilities of a nation. Think of it like you get in a car on a lien sale, right? The car may be nice and then you want to buy the car and you want to get the title in your name. You want it to be your car now. But guess what? There's going to be a lot of tickets and fees on there. I never racked up any of these tickets. Well, if you want to ride in this car, you're going to have to pay for those tickets. You know, you think this is the land of milk and honey. Well, you know, there's going to be some social things that you have to pay for, some liabilities that you're on the hook for. Or you could just not come here. You can stay in your homeland. No one is forcing you to come here. You can't take benefits without addressing the harm. And that's what people want to come over here. We have civil rights. Yeah, civil rights that you didn't fight for. Just say that you're a leech, a tether, and a scoundrel because you didn't fight for civil rights in your homeland. Instead, you waited for us to fight for civil rights, getting hoses, dogs sicked on us, having the FBI assassinate our leaders and wiretap us. Then you come over here and get benefits as an immigrant, a refugee, and a minority. And then you want to talk about civil rights, the civil rights that you were too cowardly to fight for in your homeland that's a failed state. And I'm not trying to say this to disparage or denigrate. You think your homeland was a failed state, which is why you fled instead of fighting. So all these people, civil rights is for everybody. What civil rights did you fight for? The whole no one's illegal on stolen land. They say that here, and then you go to their country. Nobody is pushing that message. As soon as you get there, they think that we should have open borders here. You go to their country. You're not getting in their border without a gun being pointed at you. And none of these people who flee from their country are trying to change that. They didn't fight for a robust safety net system. They didn't fight for a robust welfare system or healthcare or any of these goodies, giveaways, and guarantees that are entitled to immigrants by NGOs and feckless politician leaders. You guys didn't fight for any of that. You came when the coast is clear and saying, hey, we're just as American as you. And what about my civil rights? Well, what about them? You didn't fight for anything. And I'm not saying that you should be dehumanized, but many of these people didn't fight for anything, and they come and want to wag the finger and talk about how someone is lazy. You seem to be pretty lazy to not fight in your homeland and to run. The first sign of danger, you run. The first sign of danger, we ran towards the danger and said, how could we mitigate and eradicate the danger? Many of y'all said, it's danger. It's too hot, so I got to get out the kitchen. Meanwhile, I'm in Hell's Kitchen with an apron and a hairnet. Future benefits. Current taxpayers benefit from a stronger economy. Closing the wealth gap helps everyone. Create a more stable and prosperous society. Now, that sounds Christian to me. If you inherit a house with a mortgage, you inherit both the asset and the debt. Current Americans inherited a nation built on stolen labor. The debt comes with it. But you do have the option. You could leave. Reparations won't help. People will just waste the money. That's just like somebody owes you. If somebody owed me $500, or no, let's just say I owed a junkie $500, right? And I say, yeah, I owe you, but you're a junkie, man. All you gonna do is just smoke the money up. It's their money to smoke up. You don't get to dictate what people do with their money. Whether they're going to smoke the money up or whether they're going to invest in stocks, the debt is still owed. You ain't going to say, oh, I'm only going to pay the money back that I borrowed or the money that I'm owed based on this atrocity if I know exactly what you're going to do with the money, right? Do you think every Japanese person did something great with the internment reparations that they got? Maybe all of them did. Maybe some of them did. Maybe some of them didn't. It doesn't matter. The debt was owed. So just like the analogy, if you owe a junkie $500, you can't say, man, you do a lot of fentanyl. Yeah, I owe you. Yeah, you gave me the money when I was down and out. But yeah, I ain't gonna pay you because you're a junkie. Nah, that ain't gonna fly. And I'm gonna get to the chat. It's just, I got my chef hat on right now, but salute to Sunlight and Roger. Y'all still rocking with me. All of that is required for ratification of an amendment into the Constitution. You know what? I know you getting into the weeds with the legal and political jargon, Roger. So I just gotta cook. Let your boy cook. So this is racist and contradicted by evidence to say, all y'all gonna do with the money is buy fried chicken and Jordans. Okay, fine. Then that gives you a golden opportunity to invest in Popeyes and Jordans. That means the stock is going to go through the roof, right? It ain't that much fried chicken and Jordans to buy, but that is a very racist trope, right? So think about this. If Jewish people get the money and you say, man, y'all got reparations, I bet y'all gonna do some good with that money, that would be considered anti-Semitic. But saying that black people are gonna buy fried chicken and Jordans with their money, that's not anti-black. You just have to accept it, right? So the racism implies that FBAs are uniquely incapable of managing money. The stereotype of irresponsible black people. Never said about other recipients, farmers who get bailouts, and nobody said, what y'all farmers gonna do with the money? You know, many of the farmers get paid not to farm. Is that lazy, strategic? Is that a handout, right? Nobody talks about the 16 trillion in bank bailouts and other corporations. Elon Musk, his empire is fueled by over 60 billion in government subsidies, right? But nobody is saying what he gonna do with the money. Nobody ain't saying that. The evidence, right? Research shows that when people receive lump sums, the majority use it responsibly. They pay off debt, they buy homes, they invest in education, they start businesses, they save for the future. This is based on research. Examples: the Alaska Permanent Fund, an annual dividend to all Alaskans, and no one is calling Alaska a socialist utopia, right? Used productively. The C-19 stimulus, most people paid bills, bought necessities, and saved. Casino payments, Native Americans receiving payments use them productively. And the reason why they get those casino payments, because many so-called Native Americans look like Macaulay Culkin now. So they're like, sure, we'll pay the wink, wink natives. Meanwhile, the true indigenous, the true natives, who many of them are black, they say you don't deserve anything. And if you do, it's half a crumb of a buttered biscuit. Inheritance. When anyone inherits money, most use it wisely. Moreover, even wasteful spending, buying consumer goods, stimulates the economy. And like I said, even if people was buying a bunch of fried chicken, Jordans, watermelon, white teas, whatever you can think of, since we're not immigrants, there's no remittances. That money is cycling in through the U.S. economy, which is a boon and a boost to the economy. It's the economy, stupid. So it will create retail jobs. It boosts manufacturing. It generates tax revenue, right? More money circulating, more money to tax, more goods and services purchased, more tax revenue. So support services, financial education, counseling, help maximize the benefit. The truth, FBA will use reparations like anyone else, mostly productively, some for consumption, creating economic activity either way. So some is going to fudge the money up, but most is going to not fumble the bag. They will flip it. This will create resentment and backlash. Okay. Justice isn't determined by whether wrongdoers resent it, right? Germans resented reparations to the Jews, but it still was the right thing. Slaveholders resented abolition, but it was still the right thing. Segregationists resented integration, but it was still the right thing. Doing the right thing sometimes causes backlash from the wrong. Is it the morally righteous thing to do? What would Jesus do? I think Jesus would pay reparations. Resentment can be mitigated through education about why reparations are owed, not deserved. The economic messaging, how it benefits everyone paying reparations, lineage status-based reparations, the foundational Black American freedmen benefits everyone. We're not immigrants. It's a boon and a boost to the society. Moral leadership, time. Acceptance follows implementation, right? not doing reparations also creates resentment. So while you're saying that we will do reparations, but it will create resentment, well, you not doing reparations also creates resentment. So the FBA resentment at the continued injustice, the social instability for the unaddressed grievances. And shout out to SWP, because he says America has the black people that it deserves. You can't talk about what about Chicago? You defund mental health. You ensure that the buildings are dilapidated and the property value is low. You don't want to invest in the education. You close down many, and I'm just using Chicago as an example, but it's not only in Chicago. You close down many schools to house migrants. So not only are you helping to facilitate a poor education apparatus, you're not doing anything to enrich the people. So guess what? They turn to the informal comedy. Informal economy is what I meant. And then they live a life of crime, not just because they're inherently criminal, but you've aided in their disadvantagement. So now they're suffering from the diseases of despair. They know that society doesn't give a fig about them, so why should they care? People got memes and tropes, F them kids, and oh, you ain't even gonna make it to 21. So if a kid is going through his life not believing they'll make it to 21 and 25, why should they care about crashing out? Right? If you don't give a damn about them, why should they care about their own life or the destruction they cause in society? But now if you give people something to look up to, something to believe in, right? Nobody has, and not everyone needs to go to Harvard or an Ivy League school, right? If you know it's a bunch of good kids that ain't making grades, but they could be the next NFL star, help them make some grades, right? Have these training camps that will help usher these kids to be more productive citizens, but not only that, to be financially literate so that they don't blow their money when they get to the league. This is what they do in all of these third world countries. They go over there to the DR and have MLB centers to help poor Latinos, be able to become more proficient in baseball. And then they draft them. Many of them could barely speak English, but they say, we don't care because you can hit a home run. If you can do that in Latin America, you can do that in Oakland, St. Louis, or any other place, right? And I'm talking about not some NGO where they're just trying to profit. I'm saying one that's really trying to see progress. Many of these people don't want progress. They want a persistent problem so they can fundraise off of it. If you provide a cure, then you don't need treatment. And many of these people, they want to treat an issue to do it piecemeal. So just so they can have money rolling in, and then they can just keep complaining about the issues. But you don't really want to fix the issues, right? They throw billions at homeless, but yet the problem is not solved. They complain about crime. Most of those crimes are from poverty or as a result of poverty, so they're economic based. But if you give people an opportunity to be gainfully employed and how they can make money, people gonna be make money, and these dudes gonna be hollering at chicks. So it's gonna be a lot of dudes hollering at chicks and penetrating some vagina. They ain't gonna be having time to do crime. People gonna be living it up and loving on each other too much. You're gonna be working hard, playing hard, studying hard, and then you're gonna be loving on each other hard. It ain't gonna be not a lot of time to be robbing niggas and talking about gang. Niggas ain't gonna be pulling up on their ops when they can be sliding in some slippery vagina. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? But they're trying to be economically viable, right? And if there's occupational segregation where, people say, hey, you got to be bilingual for me to hire you. And then even if you are bilingual, it's like, yeah, you don't have the complexion for the protection. What do you think is going to happen? It's going to be the informal economy. More people are going to get robbed, etc. We could eliminate that by economically investing into people, not just trying to lock them up. Because you lock them up, that's not helping recidivism. All you're doing is creating a felon who is going to be a felon for life. And then, felon is like a dirty word. Felon is a more dirtier word than devil. People don't have no issues worshiping Satan and devil worshiping. But if you call someone a felon, oh my God, they're a felon. It's like the dirtiest word in the human language, right? Unless you're Donald Trump, then people don't care if you're a felon. Economic benefits reduce resentment. When economy improves for everyone, which is called the multiplier effect. When crime decreases, when communities stabilize, material benefits overcome ideological resistance. So these are the economic benefits that reduce resentment. Now I have more to go on, but I'm gonna get back into the video. Give me one moment. Oh, and you know what? I've been joined by an illustrious guest. I was just thinking about you. So hold on before I pull this back up. Give me 1 second to bada boom. Thank you, Black Alpha. You and Tariq need to write an instructional book on avoiding weak talking alpha. Please do that. Yeah, shout out to Black Alpha and shout out to the Honorable Tariq Nasheed. I was thinking about FBA Strong. I was like, where is bro been? I ain't seen him in a minute. FBA Strong. He is stronger than some musty armpits after a sweaty gym session. That boy there strong. FBA Strong. I ain't seen you in a long time, but I'm glad you're back in the building. I'm sorry, wrong chat. Oh, okay. He said that was meant for Black Alpha because I was like, you know what? Hold on.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Come on, FBA Strong. Get it right, brother. But nah, I'm just joking with you. But at least you was over in the B1 sector. So shout out to Black Alpha. That brother been cooking. And shout out to Tariq. But that was meant for the BAN chat. I'm busy multitasking and moving out from where I live. I will remove that comment. I will be in touch with you directly once I'm settled. Yeah, I definitely need to hear from you. And good luck with your move. Hopefully it's safely and secure, and blessings to you. That's FBA Strong coming in. We won't give reparations if we make a standalone bill, but by making it part of a must-pass bill using the slip and slide strategy. Slip it in and watch it slide right into law, right? If I did buy fried chicken in Jordan, so what? That's my business. And that's what I'm trying to say, bruh. If you owe me, don't say, man, I would pay you, but you bet not buy no Jordans. Nigga, it's my money. Don't tell me what the fuck to buy with my money, bruh. Just run that check. Cut the crap, cut the malarkey, and cut the check. Let's get back into it.
You just said it yourself. Segregation ended about 60 years ago. Women in the United States gained full autonomy in 1975. Martin Luther King was killed in 1968.
They got the opportunity to vote after Black men.
Well, no, right. That's not my point. My point is that the average lifespan of a human being is around 70 to 80 years, give or take.
And this dude is going to give these random tidbits. Some of them are incoherent. Some of them are inaccurate. They got the right to vote after Black men. What the fuck did that have to do with anything? But like I said, is this the best the high IQs have to offer?
What Dr. William Darity said that Black Americans would be entitled to is $250,000. I think that would create a situation where the U.S. couldn't pay that debt. It's impossible. However, you just said it yourself. Segregation ended about 60 years ago. Women.
And just to be clear, it's not impossible. He's lying. So think about this shit. We can go to the moon. Allegedly, that's not impossible. We can try to inhabitate Mars. That's not impossible. But paying a debt that's owed, just nothing we can do here. We're the greatest nation, right? We're supposedly have the most prestigious universities with the greatest minds in the world. And we can figure out all of this technology, right? Flying cars and drones and all sorts of computer chips, and to do things that we thought was unfathomable, right? So it's funny because Biden was saying there's nothing that we can't do. So you say, go to the moon, we can do that. Go to Mars, we can do that. You know, destabilize countries, we can do that. Reparations for foundational Black Americans. Whoa. That's just something that's just too impossible. I mean, how do you do it? Right? It's like, come on, man. just stop with the lies. Just say that you don't want to do it. If you say, I hate you niggers and we don't want to do reparations, I will respect that. But to dance around and say, oh man, we can't do it because it's going to bankrupt the country and all sorts of stuff. No, it's not. And there's multiple ways that you can do it that doesn't bankrupt the country. I just gave you a preview of what you can do. You mean to tell me that the smartest minds and the economists of Harvard and all of these Ivy League schools can't get together and figure out how to fiscally and responsibly do it? No, it's not about, what's possible. It's about the political will to do it. And it's imperative to get these people to crash out. That's fine that you don't support it. Just stop pretending that you do. Just say that you niggers don't deserve anything, because that's truly what you feel. Don't pretend like, oh, well, you deserve it and I support it. It's just impossible. And this dude over here, this so-called black dude, I don't know if he's foundational, but he's being disingenuous, because as much as he does have some solid talking points, his talking points are from the grassroots, Sandy Darity, FBA, the people who's actually reparationists, but he doesn't truly support reparations. Once they say that no, reparations is more than a check, once they say that, they don't truly support it. This is the same thing with Ta-Nehisi Coates, right? He goes up there and talks about all the stuff that we went through, but when it's time to cut the check, well, we don't really need to cut a check. Nigga, that ain't reparations then.
In the United States gained full autonomy in 1975. Martin Luther King was killed in 1968.
They got the opportunity to vote after black men.
Well, no, right. That's not my point. My point is that.
And I never seen this person before, but shout out Arcata Sample says, run that check. PIMP. Put it in my pocket. U.S. government is so smart, they brainwash the educated FBAs into believing that if they give them affirmative action, reparations, that it will lower the value of the dollar that they've earned. Well, many of those buck-broken, brain-dead, and brain-rotted boule, many of them aren't dumb. They have been brainwashed and they've been buck-broken to accept the individual butter biscuit that they get at the expense of stepping on the collective. So they'll look at one little thing. Oh man, look at the black on black crime. See, and that's why I had to sell them niggas out. You know what I mean? So they try to look for reasons to try to justify, you know what I mean? Or, well, I got a mouth to feed, you know what I mean? So, they say that the money is just them, I just got to provide for my family. It's like, yeah, at the expense of who, though?
The average lifespan of a human being is around 70 to 80 years, give or take. So you just admitted that if the civil rights movement ended only 70 years ago, that means that some of the lasting generational impacts of Jim Crow, of slavery, can still be felt today, which is why my grandmother would deserve reparations. She's still alive. My father, I was born in 1965.
Now you're right, Cloudness, because I've seen this dude before. Any nigga that puts them being conservative over their blackness, that's no one to respect. They're a conservative. There's a bunch of Jewish conservative. Do they put that ahead of their Jewishness? Look at MAGA, right? MAGA is conservative. Do they put that ahead of their whiteness? Many of these lunatic blue-haired liberals who talk about smash the patriarchy, do they put that ahead of their whiteness? No, they don't. But they convince you to. Why y'all making it about color? Because you are. You've made the racial caste system. You've made the racial stratification system. I'm just adhering to the system that you created.
I would argue that he and my mother deserve some form of reparations, and I would argue that the children of these people deserve them. Let's be very clear that during the founding of this nation, with the passage of the Homestead Acts, 200 million acres of land were given to white European peasant farmers. They were then enhanced by giving them county agents.
Say that again?
The Homestead Acts were passed shortly after slavery started in the United States. What they did was give away 240 million acres of land in the West and the Midwest.
They just gave them away?
Yes, in an effort to...
You mean people had to go stake their land and fight for it?
No, I mean the United States federal government created...
Why is he asking him this? He's supposed to be a high IQ. They just gave it away. Dude, you don't know what happened during the Homestead Act? Yes, they gave away millions and millions of acres to poor, white, crusty, musty, dusty, lice-infested peasants. That's what they were doing. Give us your sick, you're tired, you're poor, right? Why would you want some sickos from a foreign nation? You got healthy body Black Americans here. Oh, no, they're niggers. We need some sick, snaggletooth peasants. We're not giving the niggers anything who built this, but we will give the poor people who have no stake, no blood in building this country. They say there's no such thing as a handout. The Homestead Act was nothing more than a handout to white peasants. Their country was founded on handouts. Their generational wealth was built on handouts. Handouts by the government. The same government that they tell you don't ask the government for anything. Stop begging the government. You mean the government that you didn't even have to beg? See, they never begged the government because the government gave them millions of acres for free without them having to beg. We're not even begging. We're just making a polite demand like, hey, man, you know, the free labor. Look, we know y'all the dominant society. Just give us what you promised. You gave these other people hundreds of acres. Just give us the 40 acres and a mule, right? They didn't even want to do that to people who were foundational to building the country. People who had nothing to do with the country was giving goodies, giveaways, and guarantees just because they had a particular skin pigment. That's the original DEI. That's the original affirmative action.
Various multiple programs to enable white European peasants to come over to the United States. They were given land grants. And on top of that, they were provided county agents to teach them how to farm. They were also then provided government subsidies to tell them not to farm any further. And the descendants of these people to this day are still receiving federal subsidies not to farm. And these were the same people that are telling Black Americans that we need to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps. Now, it's a cruel jest to say to a bootless person that we need to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps.
You still haven't explained why you deserve reparations.
Well, you didn't allow. Well, let me first explain what my reparations program would look like. It would look like.
I just want to know why you think you deserve reparations.
Because I'm the descendant of people that built this country that would never pay for it.
So am I. And I'm not sitting here claiming for reparations.
Wait. How are you? Who
I'm a descendant of people who built this country too.
Yeah, and you right. And y'all got paid
I just
for
think
it.
You're being a little bit of a victim, and you're victimizing other people.
So this is idiotic. I mean, this is rather pathetic if this is the best the high IQs have to offer. So this dude said, I'm a descendant of the enslaved who built this country, right? And this dude said, well, I'm a descendant too. A descendant of who? You're an Ellis Islander, most likely. This dude isn't a Mayflower heritage American. I highly doubt that he is. Maybe he is, but I'm going to presume that he's not, right? So this is very imperative to get, especially the dub people, when they say, we built this thing, like, who is we? You were an Ellis Islander. You were an immigrant. You were fleeing famine, filth, failure, and feudalism. That's why you came over here. So don't try to leech and tether on. And this is what I have an issue with some of these so-called heritage and Mayflower Americans. They let any random Joe Schmo who has the complexion come over here and tether on to their accomplishments. You guys were the ones who allegedly conquered and settled these colonies, right? So now somebody from Slovenia can immigrate here and say, us whites built it. Like, huh? Luka Doncic type people could say, we built this thing. Who is we? You're in some European slums. Just don't take my word for it. Type in European Dark Ages. Look how long the Dark Ages last, and look what they were doing. Pissing and pooping everywhere. And not only were that, they were using urine as mouthwash. Don't take my word for it. Some places they will want a special urine oh, I need that Portugal piss so I can use that as mouthwash. This is what his peoples were doing. This is who's he descended of. See, I'm a descendant of U.S. chattel slavery. Nobody is saying that was a badge of honor. But what I'm saying is I'm a descendant of something that is unfathomable for other people to overcome. All he had to overcome was filth, failure, famine, and feudalism. He wasn't enslaved. Even the whole people, we were indentured servants. Yeah, indentured servants isn't the same as chattel slavery. And those indentured servants were paid freedom dues. Don't take my word for it. Freedom dues is another word for reparations. They were given a contract for 7 to 10 years. And yeah, they were mistreated, but they weren't enslaved. You know what I mean? And who cares if they were mistreated, because the same people that mistreated them, they turned around and start kissing their booty and crack licking. So the sympathy and empathy can only go so far.
By our own bootstraps. Now, it's a cruel jest to say to a bootless person that we need to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps.
You still haven't explained why you deserve reparations.
Well, you didn't allow. Well, let me first explain what my reparations.
Then you see how he didn't engage with anything that he said. He just said, you haven't explained why you deserve reparations, bro. This is a dialogue and then a debate. So you're not going to respond to any of his debate talking points. It's just, well, you don't deserve reparations and you don't deserve reparations. And then he said, hey, I'm a descendant of people who built this country too. And you don't see me asking for reparations. Why the fuck would you ask for reparations? If you said you're a descendant of slave owners and actually slave owners were paid reparations. It's funny that people say they're against reparations. So then you think all of those slave owners should have never been paid and they should have had to pay that money back? Ask them that. Ask them a follow-up question. You can't tell me reparations for slaves and their descendants is bad, but giving slave owners reparations was somehow good. They talk about 1804 in Haiti, and Haiti was free. How was Haiti free when Haiti had to pay reparations to the people who colonized and enslaved them? That don't sound like freedom to me. Right? Imagine your lovely, beautiful young daughter. She was violated, forcibly penetrated, right? She fought the attacker off. And then she has to pay the attacker for decades in reparations for freeing herself. It wouldn't make sense to you. If it doesn't make sense in that context, how does it make sense for Haitians to have to pay reparations to the colonizers? How does it make sense that the U.S. government said, oh, well, you know, you guys did use your chattel property, so we need to pay you guys in reparations, right? So people don't have an issue with reparations. They have an issue with it going to a particular demographic. They talk about Reagan, right? Reagan is supposed to be a bastion of conservatism, which I said, hey, reparations is a conservative issue. If it's not, then why did the Lily W. conservative Ronald Reagan give reparations to Japanese people? They try to say that, you know, Reagan is as conservative as it gets. Reagan, before Trump, was talking about make America great again, right? So you make America great again by paying debts that are owed.
This program would look like. It would look like.
I just want to know why you think you deserve reparations.
Because I'm the descendant of people that built this country that would never pay for it.
So am I. And I'm not sitting here claiming for reparations.
Wait. How are you? Who
I'm a descendant of people who built this country too.
Yeah, and you right. And y'all got paid
I just
for
think
it.
you're being a little bit of a victim, and you're victimizing other people by claiming that you deserve something that you were never a victim of.
So let me ask you this question. Can you refute anything that I said from a legal perspective?
It's not about refuting it. It's about whether you.
And this is the whole thing. You're being a victim. They don't say this to any other groups. Remember, Tucker Carlson said, white supremacy is a hoax. Systemic racism doesn't exist. Then 2 years later, he recanted and said, oops, my bad. Systemic racism does exist, but only against white people. Nobody was calling him a victim. Erica Kirk If you're a young white man, don't let anyone tell you what you can't do. Right? Nobody was calling Erica Kirk a victim. Elon Musk was whining, we need more white babies. White people are under attack. JD Vance and all these people saying that white men are under attack. Is that a victim mentality? Fair questions to ask. Jewish people on campus. If someone says globalize the intifada, then somehow Jewish people are victims, right? If you say free Palestine, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Somehow that's anti-Semitic and Jewish peoples are victims because of that. But will this dude make that same argument towards them? Of course he won't. Will he go tell that JD Vance is acting like a victim by saying that white men are victims? And let's just say that white men are victims. You said that the blacks are low IQ, sub-Saharan, savage niggers. You guys can't organize anything. Okay, fine. That means we're too dumb and too powerful to be running this country. So who would be running this country? Oh, you guessed it. It's people that look like him, who purport themselves to be high IQ. Why isn't he blaming them? It's like if someone is playing a football game. His team, his dude is the general manager. His dude is the head coach. His dude is the quarterback. But once the team loses, he blames the water boy. He blames the towel boy, or he blames the obnoxious people in the stands. But those people in the stands have no power. They're not calling any plays. They're not on the field. How is it their fault? They said defund the police and they were holding up a sign. Huh? If you guys are conquering, that means you're in the driver's seat. That means you had your hands on the wheel. You can't blame the passenger who was looking at their iPhone when you crashed. It was the passenger's fault who was reading a book. Hold on. Weren't you the one driving? Weren't you the one with the car keys? Weren't you the one in the driver's seat with your hands on the wheel? But you don't want to accept blame. You want to say that we conquered you, but you don't want to accept blame for what you did when you conquered people. How cowardly and pathetic could you be?
People that built this country that would never pay for it.
So am I. And I'm not sitting here claiming for reparations.
Wait. How are you? Who
I'm a descendant of people who built this country too.
Yeah, and you right. And y'all got paid
I just
for
think
it.
you're being a little bit.
Yeah, Cloudness. I have two. I usually do it on two formats. It's the vertical format and the horizontal. So most of my viewers, they watch it via the mobile. So whichever way you want to view the stream, I appreciate you.
Of a victim, and you're victimizing other people by claiming that you deserve something that you were never a victim of.
So let me ask you this question. Can you refute?
And Braxton says, who's the victim? No one said anything about being victimized. And this is the other thing too. Imagine your daughter gets forcibly penetrated over and over and over and over. When is she supposed to get over that? And then when she's having this breakdown and they say, you have a victim mentality. Okay, when is she supposed to get over that? If she was raped, is she supposed to get over it on the first year, the 5th year, the 10th year? So year 10, she's supposed to say, oh, she was forcibly penetrated 10 years ago so she can get over it? What if she was raped and then was forced to have a kid because we're so pro-life in this conservative country, right? And then she has to look at the product of that RAPE. But hey, just get over it, right? They always talk about someone having a victim mentality, but if you're a actual victim of a specific heinous crime, what type of mentality are you supposed to have, right? Somebody is punching you in the jaw constantly, and it's like, what you got a victim mentality for? No, what the fuck are you punching me for? Right? You keep punching me over and over. You're victimizing me, but telling me to stop being a victim. And then as soon as you even do one thing towards them, that's reverse racism. I'm a victim, huh? Make it make sense. The same people telling you to stop calling yourself a victim or to not have a victim mentality, they pretend to be a victim. It's hypocritical and contradictory.
anything that I said from a legal perspective.
It's not about refuting it. It's about whether you deserve it.
So now he's saying, hey, I don't have to refute your talking points on reparations. You just don't deserve it. So that's a concession that, bro, you can't even really debate, dude. And mind you, this dude is a lightweight. This black dude who's arguing for reparations, he's trying to co-opt reparations. I don't think he truly supports it. He doesn't support it. I guess he's trying to get some black grassroots support, or he's trying to co-opt the message and say, you know, I'm going to shift the Overton window or what reparations actually is. But it's like, dude, I'm not buying it. This dude is not a representation of the grassroots. I've actually believe I've seen him on some other streams where he was kind of cooning and buffooning and doing the Sambo shuffle. But on this one, he is making at least some decent and coherent arguments, but it all fell apart once he introduced his reparations plan, which wasn't reparations. So I can only take this dude but so serious. Luckily for him, he's going up against a low IQ lunatic.
It's a cruel jest to say to a bootless person that we need to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps.
You still haven't explained why you deserve reparations.
Well, you didn't allow. Well, let me first explain what my reparations program would look like. It would look like.
I just want to know why you think you deserve reparations.
Because I'm the descendant of people that built this country that would never pay for it.
So am I. And I'm not sitting here claiming for reparations.
Wait. How are you? Who
I'm just saying.
He says, I'm not sitting here claiming for reparations, bro. You're not owed any reparations. So that's why you're not claiming. He's acting like he's doing some morally righteous thing. You don't see me claiming for reparations. You're not fucking eligible, dude. And this dude says, Braxton, even a handful of groups, even a handful of white groups are owed some reparations from the U.S. For FBAs getting their portion, as I'm for other groups getting theirs. We are the humanitarians. We don't mind other people getting there. We're not saying pay us reparations and then don't give anyone anything. I'm all for investment, especially into white men, because they say white men are under attack. Fine, invest in white men. We need stronger men in general, especially strong white men if they're going to be pulling the levers of power, right? But we're not saying give us our reparations and then don't give nobody else anything. No, if someone is owed for a specific grievance, then yeah, they should get paid. Now, you're not going to get paid just because someone called you a cracker or a wetback or a chink or something like that. That's not what reparations is about. We're not getting reparations for being called niggers and jungle bunnies and stuff. It's much more insidious and sinister than that. And many people were saying, y'all niggas is dumb asking for reparations. Now that it's getting some steam, now people are saying, hey, we need reparations too. It's like, I thought you said it was dumb. It was dumb. And then we stay consistently stomping for it. And now other groups are saying, what about my reparations? Well, what about it? Like, and even if you are owed reparations, many of them are owed reparations from Britain or France or something like that, you know, not from America. And Ricky says this is the evil empire. I would concur. W supremacy is the evil empire that's trying to create a new world order with them being the only ones in charge with no checking. Correct. The default system to capitalism is feudalism. Capitalism is a more sanitized, more disillusioned version of feudalism, but they believe in kings, lords, nobles, and peasants. That's kind of how it goes. So if you're not part of that king, lord, or noble class, you would be considered a peasant. So all this whole, I'm in the middle class, a middle class is a peasant class. Obviously in a feudalistic society.
And of people who built this country too.
Yeah, and y'all got paid
I just
for
think
it.
you're being a little bit of a victim, and you're victimizing other people by claiming that you deserve something that you were never a victim of.
So let me ask you this question. can you refute anything that I said from a legal perspective?
It's not about refuting it. It's about whether you deserve it.
Are you a Christian, Bo?
Yes.
Okay. So is it written? So since we're Christians, this is interesting. So is it not written that you should do unto others that you would as you would have them do unto you?
Yes.
So if
you think stealing from people and giving it to yourself is what you would do unto others?
No, I think
because
I think the white Americans stole free labor from black. Wait.
See, he thought he cooked with that. You think that you could steal and give to other people? So now reparations being paid is stealing. But once again, they don't call that with anybody else, right? The Japanese people were paid reparations. No one called it stealing. Jewish people paid reparations. No one called it stealing. We haven't even been paid reparations. And then he's saying, oh, well, you're trying to steal from us? No, we're not. We're just trying to get the debt that's owed. And it's ironic because he's whining about someone stealing from them, but they literally stole his land. And instead of stealing the land, they try to frame it at reframing. No, we didn't steal it. We conquered it. Okay, fine. Since you don't like the word reparations, then use a different other word. Say that this is an economic debt repayment, or this is an economic debt investment, right? You don't have to call it reparations. Just cut the check. That's all it has to be.
Did white Americans steal free labor black folks?
So he's talking about stealing, right? And this country was built on genocide, stealing, and i.e. conquering is a euphemism for stealing, right? You genocided people, stole the land, and then you stole free labor. And then he has the nerve to talk about, you guys are trying to steal a reparations check from us. Who was us? We're talking about the U.S. government. Why are you personalizing this? It's my taxpayer dollars. Yeah, your taxpayer dollars is going to bomb little girls. What would be a better investment? Bombing and slaughtering little girls, or investing in a native population that's going to stimulate the economy by putting money back into the economy?
No, they bought it. They bought it from other African Americans that sold it to us. So
then he's saying, no, they didn't steal the labor. They bought it from other African Americans. What the hell is he talking about? There's no such thing as an African American, and it definitely wasn't during the slave trade. And then he wants to talk about other Africans that sold each other. Okay, fine. Hold them accountable for that. But this the whole thing. That doesn't absolve you. No one was forced to buy that, right? If somebody right here, if you're looking at some person and their family member was molesting them, you wouldn't say, hey, their family member molested them, so that's why I inappropriately touched them. Their own people were inappropriately touching them. People be like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? And that's the same thing with slavery. They sold their own, so that's why I enslaved them. No, they weren't selling their own. It was like some Crips selling the Bloods. They like, hey, man, this big blood game over here. Them Crips ain't my family, right? We already know that Africa is a continent. They talk about how diverse the African continent is. There wasn't this concept of race. There wasn't this concept of we all black. They were selling other tribal members. Look at the Vikings, right? They just like to make tropes. We was kings and shit. Well, y'all like to pretend like you were running and living in white Conda and we was fight kings and shit. Look at any Viking movie. That show Vikings was actually dope, right? With Bjorn Ironside and Ragnar Lothbrok, right? When those Vikings were going on raids, right? What race of people were they attacking? Oh, let me guess. It would be other white people. You won't find a Viking movie when they're attacking black people, because what do they say? Hey, y'all wasn't even around us like that. Okay, fine. If we wasn't around us, then that means that the crime is proximity based. When those Vikings were going on those raids, what were the Vikings doing? They were taking women, enslaving them. They were slaughtering people, chopping them up. They were forcibly penetrating people. They were stealing. What did Vikings produce? Are Vikings known for being sophisticated builders, or are they known for being marauders? White on white crime. Why is it never framed that way, right? So when he's over here, Africans sold other Africans. Well, what were Vikings doing? Vikings were enslaving other whites, chopping up other whites, stealing from other whites, because they didn't see those other whites as their people. That's why they were attacking them. If these tribes were selling other people, clearly they weren't their people. That's why they sold them. But even still, you weren't forced to buy any slaves. And then after they stopped importing slaves, many of us were already here, which they reclassified as Negro. And then for over 50 plus years, they were just breeding people here. People try to act like it's not true, but statistically and mathematically, it's pretty obvious that that was going on. But I'll dig into that a little bit deeper on a different stream.
No, it wasn't
Excuse me,
African-Americans.
Africans
Right.
that sold it to us.
Starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. When I started this podcast, I wasn't even sure what I was doing. What if no one listens? Customers are scrolling or strolling? And what if I get
Africans.
On what basis
Just
did they do this?
just remember this. Africans, through battles and everything else, captured other Africans and then sold them to the U.S. They were purchased,
right?
Not just stolen,
right? I don't disagree with that.
Okay, and
But
they were brought over to
there's
the
a key
U.S.
distinction.
Can I just finish?
Go ahead.
Man? I'll let you talk for a while.
Go ahead.
They were brought to the U.S. They didn't know any languages. They didn't know anything other than they were tools. And I do agree with you. And I think it was horrible that they did that. But it doesn't mean that they're
Then he's lying. They didn't know any language. Yes, they knew their own language. Now, you can say they didn't know the language we wanted them to speak, but to try to say they didn't know any language, that's just bullshit. So they were just standing there. They didn't know how to communicate with each other. So if that's the case, right, they didn't know any language. Like the way he's framing it is that they were just tools, low IQ, sub-Saharan savages. That's what why would you want that person as a slave, right? It's just like you have an option, right? A cute little cuddly little lassie dog, or Beethoven, or Air Bud, or some vicious junkyard dog that looks like Cujo or some other crazy dog, right? If we're akin to Cujo, why would you even want that type of dog, right? Why don't you just leave that dog there, right? So we're supposed to be violent, right? So why would you want these violent slaves working for you? We're dumb, right? So why would you want these dumb, violent slaves working for you? It just doesn't even add up, right?
generations later, you deserve reparations because of what your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather went through. And I would even go back to biblical theories or the Bible, just the Bible. Let's go back to the Bible. Deuteronomy, Jeremiah, Exodus, Ezekiel all claim that in similar form, the son shall not bear the guilt of the father, nor the father bear the guilt of the son.
Right. That's not talking about government institutions. So when
we're not talking about government institutions.
This dude is an idiot. So he said he brings up this biblical, and this is what I call bloviating biblical blather, which is rather grotesque, right? He brings up the Bible, and then the dude immediately retorts it and just shuts him down. Yeah, those scriptures aren't talking about in a governmental institutional context. And then he's trying to, well, we're not talking about the government. Actually, you are. Who do you think had people enslaved? Who codified it in law? This dude, I mean, this is really rather pathetic. It's fine that people are against reparations, you know what I mean? But at least have some coherent arguments. This is the epitome of incoherently babbling.
I just finished.
Go ahead.
Man. I'll let you talk for a while.
Go ahead.
They were brought to the U.S. They didn't know any language.
And now he's acting like a victim. Can I just finish, man? I let you talk. It's like, bro, it's a fucking dialogue going back and forth. Stop acting like a little moist hoe.
They didn't know anything other than they were tools. And I do agree with you. And I think it was horrible that they did that. But it doesn't mean that they're 8 generations later, you deserve.
And this is the thing that they always do. Man, that was bad, bro. It was horrible that they did that, man. It was so bad that they did that. Okay, should they have to pay reparations? Whoa, I didn't say all that. So why are you even telling us how bad it was and that you feel bad? And then why are you quoting scriptures? He's quoting scriptures to say that, hey, we shouldn't have to pay. but he won't quote the scriptures that will say, hey, yeah, you shouldn't have done this to begin with. And there's scriptures that talk about paying your debts back as well. Do I got to pull it up?
Of reparations because of what your great grandfather went through. And I would even go back to biblical theories or the Bible, just the Bible. Let's go back to the Bible. Deuteronomy, Jeremiah, Exodus, Ezekiel all claim that in similar form, the son shall not bear the guilt of the father, nor the father bear the guilt of the son.
Right. That's not talking about government institutions. So when
we're not talking about government institutions.
Yeah, we
we're talking about
absolutely
Christianity.
No, we absolutely are talking about government institutions. My entire argument is based around the premise.
You brought up Christianity.
Right.
So let's stick with the Bible real quick.
No. This country was founded supposedly on biblical principles. Now, my question is, the government of the United States of America, the Chief Justice Tanner stated that a black man has no rights that he is a white man is bound to respect. That was one of the worst rulings in the Supreme Court history of this country.
I agree with
that. Then codify. And the difference, let me go back to what you said. You said that Africans sold other conquered Africans into slaves. There's a key distinction. They sold slaves that were conquered in war. They did not create a caste-based system based on a genetic factor of skin color. That's a key distinction that you are.
So it looks like Vanessa Wells says the sins of the father Esau shall bear. Also, since they want to get biblical, because the Bible teaches you that paying your debt is not just a financial obligation, but a moral and a spiritual act. It calls for prompt, honest, and faithful repayment. It also encourages wise financial stewardship to avoid the burdens and the risk of debt.
I'm not gonna let you avoid that in this debate. So can you acknowledge that the Africans that sold conquered slaves were doing so under a different system, however wrong it may be?
In Sunlight, she said he shut him down completely. And mind you, this dude really doesn't even support reparations. He ain't no B1. And I didn't even know John was still in here. John, they don't want me to start preaching that good book, you know what I mean? And like I said, I ain't even no Bible thumper like that, but these people purport to be these morally righteous Christians, and they be doing the most abominable things, you know what I mean? It's rather disgusting. But yeah, the dude shut him down completely. So imagine if he was in front of me, Marcel Dixon, Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, Professor Black Truth. This dude would get baked, broiled, filleted, and grilled. It wouldn't even be a contest. And mind you, these are supposed to be the high IQs. Is this the best that they have to offer?
Is a key difference between selling someone into slavery and then That's a key distinction that I'm not gonna let you avoid that in this debate. So can you acknowledge that the Africans that sold?
Oh, snap, John. Like I said, John Sin, one of the coldest with a pen or a pencil, but he said truth is the truth. It don't gotta be thumped. I like that, bro. Merch, perhaps. Another little slogan, you know what I mean? Because it's the truth, right? And I always say 2 + 2 is 4, no matter who says it. If you say I hate Donald Trump and Donald Trump gets on the podium and says 2 + 2 is 4, just because you hate Trump doesn't mean that he didn't say a fact. So the truth is the truth. It don't have to be thumped. But the reason why people Bible thump is because they're trying to convince you and persuade you, right? But what's understood need not be explained. Now, if you do need me to explain it to you in layman's terms, I can do that to you, but you would then have to concede that on this specific context, in this specific circumstance, scenario, and instance, that I have more knowledge than you. There may be some things that you have more knowledge than me in, but on this specific thing, I have more knowledge than you. So concede to that, and I will give you the game. But what happens is people want to try to thump and they want to try to persuade and convince you of their worldview, not what the book says, because really the book is open for interpretation. 10 people could read the same book and come with 10 different interpretations, which always happens with the Bible. How many versions of the Bible are there? hundreds of different versions of the Bibles, but how many different perspectives are there, right? Somebody could read the plain text and they will just misinterpret it. They'll reinterpret it. There's many people that say that this Bible condones slavery, and then people say that it doesn't. There's many people that say that the Bible clearly and coherently says that the union should be between a man and a woman. And other people said that it don't say that and that you're misrepresenting Leviticus, et cetera, right? But like John says, the truth is the truth. It don't really gotta be thumped, right? If I tell you straight up, 5 + 5 is 10, I don't need to do any extra theatrics involved. If you don't believe the truth, you know what I mean, that's up to you. You know what I mean? I shouldn't have to truly persuade you of the truth. I tell you the truth, and it's up to you to do the rest, whether to fact check, to do your own research, and to debunk me, right? And John says, sunset is officially the Sabbath. Salute to John. Hey, man, John, you know what I mean? It gets deeper, Brody. You know what I mean? The chef hat is on. The apron is tied. That's why they made a lot of books to keep you confused. It's true, Vanessa. Vanessa, what book do you read out of? And are you a devout Christian, atheist, or what? Yeah, and that's a fact. And I know John, he usually is a spiritual thought leader. And unfortunately, John is always emphasizing, sometimes overemphasizing, that we're not all God's children, because people like to say that we all is God's children created in the image of God. It's like, is that really true? I mean, some of you niggas may have been created in the image of Satan, right? That truth don't have to be thumped. NBA Jam style, he's on fire. I need to get that sound effect. Shovels in the chat because it gets deeper.
Conquered slaves were doing so under a different system, however wrong it may be. There is a key difference between selling someone into slavery and then codifying, which is what white Americans did. They created a caste system based around a non-self-determinable genetic factor. That is what happened. The United States government then legally codified this shit to keep black people as tools to be used. This is why the civil rights movement was so successful, because all we were asking the United States to do was to treat us as what the white man was, which was human beings. Is that not?
Yeah, I'm gonna get that sound effect, and then I'm gonna need you to send me that other sound effect, and then once I'm gonna get that NBA Jam sound effect tonight, and I'll send that over to you. And Vanessa says, I used to be a Christian. I read King James. So now that you used to be a Christian, what are you now? There's a term called none, which is non-religious affiliated, or are you an atheist, a Buddhist, Muslim? Let me know.
What happened? And guess what happened? We decided that you should be treated as human beings. In fact, bloodshed happened all over the country. One of the bloodiest war this country has ever seen. They fought for your freedom, and it's not enough. You still demand that you want reparations and you want everything else 8 generations later.
Because when you fought for,
and that's another misrepresentation. They fought for your freedom. No, actually, they didn't. Lincoln said if he can preserve the Union without freeing slaves, then he would have done it. But the only way that he could preserve the Union was to free slaves, because those slaves went out there and he dangled, them being freedmen. And they went out there and was, essentially was like, hey, like they were literally fighting for their freedom. And I can't remember, but yeah, Lincoln said if it wasn't for the freedmen, they wouldn't have won the war. Right. So imagine you have an army, right? But they have these special units and battalions in the army. We was like the 300. We went out there like Leonidas, and we was busting heads, cracking wigs, and taking names. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. If they didn't need us, they wouldn't have called on us. Lincoln said this. He said, without us busting heads, the war wouldn't have been won. They were fighting to preserve slavery, right? And then he's trying to make it seem like, oh, we wanted blacks to be treated equal, so we went out there and fought for them. That's not really what was happening. It was a bunch of podunk poor whites that was fighting to preserve slaves for their mommy and daddy who was treating them like scum. Slaves were undermining white people. Right now, for reals, if you were a slave owner and you can get some free Mandingo BBC blacks to do the job, or some poor snaggatooth sulfur and piss smelling peasants to do the job, which one would you do? A big buff dude that looks like Shaquille O'Neal, or some little twerp that looks like Justin Timberlake that you have to pay? It's not even a hard conversation. Just even picturing that scenario, you gonna say, hey man, I'm gonna go with the big black brute. I'm gonna go with the buck, right? Nobody is gonna hire a frail peasant that they have to pay when they had these buff slaves. This just is what it is, bro.
Our freedom, that's like asking a father to get Father of the Year for showing up to his son's basketball game.
No, it's not. It's nothing like that.
You don't get credit for doing what you're supposed to do. You should have never enslaved us based on skin color to begin with.
I agree with that.
So then what are we?
So this is the other thing too, where there's like, and like the dude said, that's like your dad showing up. That's like my bro John showing up to his little kid's football game. And he was like, and I showed up to my son's game, nigga. You're their father. Of course you're supposed to show up, nigga. Like, okay. So then they enslaved us, and then they're like, and we freed you. You were supposed to free us. We shouldn't have been enslaved in the first place. Like, you want a cookie for enslaving us, right? Imagine your daughter, your cute, beautiful daughter, is being forcibly penetrated. And then somebody says, I stop assaulting her. Okay, you shouldn't have been pulling down your pants and sticking your thing in her to begin with. You don't get no fucking credit for doing some shit that you shouldn't have been doing. She says, I'm just spiritual. I believe in the Most High and his sons. Shout out to Vanessa. Is it Vanessa Welch? Yeah, I would consider myself more spiritual, rather than trying to box you into saying, and it's funny because people act like they don't understand the delineation, but there's so much delineation in Christianity. Why the fuck is there evangelicals, Latter-day Saints, Jehovah's Witnesses, Pentecostal, Baptist, and why? I thought y'all was all reading a good book. But no, they delineate. Do Latter-day Saints believe the same as Jehovah's Witness? Did Jehovah's Witness believe the same thing as people at a Pentecostal church? But I thought they were all reading from the same book. I thought we was all God's children created in the image of God. Do people truly believe this crock of sugar honey iced tea? I'm finna add some more tonight. My next live finna be the dopest one I did. All right, just let the people know when you go on live. I know I'm gonna get ready to wrap this up in like the next 30 minutes because I know Big Rick Slaps has a show that he's gonna rock out. So I'm gonna wrap this up in probably like the next 20 minutes or so. I do sincerely appreciate y'all. Thank you.
We're having a conversation about, Bo.
Well, clearly not, because you keep interrupting me every 2 seconds.
So here he's acting like a victim again. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. It's a dialogue. They've been interrupting each other. And that's the whole thing. And not only that, bro, you're not saying anything profound. So if you're getting interrupted, who cares, bro? You're a stumbling, bumbling, bigoted bozo and buffoon. Nobody cares if you get interrupted. His interruptions are making this interesting. It's kind of hard to stomach this level of imbecility.
Based around a non-self-determinable genetic factor. That is what happened. The United States government then legally codified this shit to keep black people as tools to be used.
And look at this. Braxton talks about the Methodists, the St. Lutherans, the Presbyterians. All of these are delineations of the Christian denomination, right? But they want us to pretend like we're all united. How does this make any sense, right? We're supposed to go to the pearly heaven gates and then we'll be all united. So if we're supposed to be all united in heaven, loving on each other, why are we so segregated and hateful towards each other on the planet Earth? It doesn't make any sense. People will say NIMBYs, no niggers in my neighborhood. But then you're going to go to heaven. There's going to be some black people in heaven. Are you going to be calling people niggers in heaven? So if you wouldn't call someone a nigger in heaven, why the fuck would you do it on earth? Make it make sense. What is Christian about that?
This is why the civil rights movement was so successful, because all we were asking the United States to do was to treat us as what the white man was, which was human beings. Is that not what happened?
And guess what happened? We decided that you should be treated as human beings. In fact, bloodshed happened all over the country. One of the bloodiest war this country has ever seen. They fought for your freedom. And it's not enough. You still demand that you want reparations and you want everything else 8 generations later.
Because when you fought for our freedom, that's like asking a father.
And then he said, you want reparations and everything else. What is everything else? See, this dude that's on here, this dude doesn't truly support reparations, this black dude. And this is what's crazy about it. This black dude doesn't truly support reparations, and he's destroying this high IQ Mayo mutant, right? He's just getting destroyed. He's wiping the floor with them. And this dude is like the most basic level. This is reparations rudimentary class 101. And this high IQ hooligan is getting destroyed.
To get Father of the Year for showing up to his son's basketball game.
No, it's not. It's nothing like that.
You don't get credit for doing what you're supposed to do. You should have never enslaved us based on skin color to begin with.
I agree with that.
So then what are we having a conversation about, Bo?
Well, clearly not, because you keep interrupting me every 2 seconds. So what I will say is bloodshed happened throughout this country in order to get your freedom. Is that you aren't thankful at all for that?
What kind of freedom did we get, though?
You see, when you were no longer slaves,
right? But what did we get? Land grants? Did we get back any sort of record? When we weren't slaves, I'll give you that. Were white slave owners?
No, and that's the whole thing. We fought for our freedom. We fought to get ourselves out of slavery. Abraham Lincoln didn't do anything. All he did was, okay, now I get it, right? This is why they say the pen is mightier than the sword. He signed a couple things and said, here, this is what we're going to do. But, and I'll pull up the quotes. Abraham Lincoln was a disgusting anti-black bigot. Now, you can make the argument that, hey, he was a less bigot and less anti-black than other people, but anti-black nonetheless. It's the same argument with Trump. Trump is a racist. Okay, and so is Biden. Trump is less of a racist than Biden, right? That's the argument, but the operative word is racist. They're both racist. They're both bigoted. Abraham Lincoln was no friend of black people. So this whole thing, he freed the slaves. It wasn't like he really loved us. He was wrestling with his moral inconsistency, his moral hypocrisy, but also, you know, it's kind of like when they saying they got the wolf by the neck and you can no longer afford to like kind of, and I'm paraphrasing, to like either choke the wolf or to just let the wolf go safely. You know what I mean? Because like Malcolm X said, their big fear is that if they give us some sort of economic investment, you know, some sort of reparations, that we're going to use that power and infrastructure and innovation to do onto them what they did to us. But we're not a hateful people. We're not a sick, sinister people. We're a loving people. And sometimes that compassion and that wanted to be included and loved by other people, sometimes that has caused us a great detriment and has been truly dangerous for us. But I'm just sick of the romanticizing of Lincoln. Hey, thanks for, you know, the Emancipation Proclamation. Let's just tell the whole story. Let's not pretend as if he was just a friend of black people. He hated black people just like all of the presidents did, including Tether Obama. Let's get back into it.
Compensated by the United States federal government for the loss of property?
Well, written in the 13th Amendment, they weren't supposed to.
Answer that question, Bo.
I am, if you would give me an opportunity to.
That requires a yes or no.
No, it
Were
doesn't.
white slave owners compensated by the U.S.? Oh, yes, it is.
Can we talk about history?
That's what I'm having.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
You can say you're pissed because you know what happened.
I'm not pissed.
Yikes. I want to let him just get that off cleanly. Dude, shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah, bruh. Would have had to been some furniture moving. Now, I get it. Some people will say it's just a word and low impulse control. No, bruh. It's about respect, bruh. I don't let niggas 6 feet talk to me like that. I don't let niggas 5 feet talk to me like that. You can say that. It's just, you're going to have to, get put to sleep with some sweet chin music, or I'm just going to ramp up the disrespect. He can say, shut the fuck up. And I might say, man, shut your bitch ass up, you fucking mayo encrusted maniac. You know what I mean? I might add a little extra flair to it, and then we just go back and forth with it. That's just how it's going to be. It ain't just going to be a shut the fuck up and then, yes, I'm boss. Like, dude, you're just a fucking dingy dweeb. You're not built like that, bruh. But see, this is the people that say, you guys have low impulse control. Like, this dude is exhibiting a lot of low impulse controls, hurling slurs, insults, and things like that. Like, bruh, if you want to bring that energy, bro, I can take that energy to the maximum level. Is that really what you want?
You were no longer slaves.
Right. But what did we get land grants? Did we get back any sort of record? When we weren't slaves, I'll give you that. Were white slave owners compensated by the United States federal government for the loss of property?
Well, written in the 13th Amendment, they weren't supposed to.
Answer that question, Bo.
I am, if you would give me an opportunity to.
John says they won't even be thinking about saying nigger in that lake of fire they headed to. Are you sure about that, John? I have to disagree with you on here. You've been cooking, but bruh, I got to disagree with you. You know how obsessed people are with saying nigger. Before they hit to the lake of fire, they gonna be like nigger, 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 nigger. Like, they gonna say that before the lake of fire. So I disagree with you right here, bruh. This is their word, bruh. They gonna get it tattooed. I wouldn't be surprised if the next generation start naming their kids nigger. Hi, this is Nigger McDaniels, or this is Nigger Benjamin Bartholomew McCormick, right? I won't be surprised if they start naming their kids nigger, right? But they might do a little sleight of hands and say, no, his name isn't nigger, his name is Nagjir. This is Nagjir Thompson, you know what I mean? So you heard it here first, right? But this is the other thing too, right? It be some white people that have dementia. They literally forget everything. The one thing that they don't forget is that they hate black people. A dude has dementia. He can't remember his name. He can't remember where his wife met. You know what I mean? He can't remember his social, but he can remember that you're a nigger. They will remember that.
Too.
That requires a yes or no.
No, it
Were
doesn't.
white slave owners compensated by the U.S.? Oh, yes, it is.
Can we talk about history?
That's what I'm having.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
You can say you're pissed because you know what happened.
I'm not pissed. I'm annoyed that you won't let me talk.
Go ahead.
Under the 13th Amendment, it wasn't supposed to be. But
Sunlight said he's mad. Yeah, bro was enormously mad. Dude, shut the fuck up. Like, come on, bruh. Little moist maniac.
You were no longer slaves,
right? But what did we get land grants? Did we get back any sort of record? When we weren't slaves, I'll give you that. Were white slave owners compensated by the United States federal government for the loss of property?
Well, written in the 13th Amendment, they weren't supposed to.
Answer that question, Bo.
I am, if you would give me an opportunity to.
That requires a yes or no.
No, it
Were
doesn't.
white slave owners compensated by the U.S.? No. Oh, yes, it is.
Can we talk about history?
That's what I'm having.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
You can.
He said nothing is yes or no when he literally asked them a yes or no question. So right now, if I say 2 + 2 is 4, nothing's yes or no. It's 5 + 5, 10. Nothing's yes or no. Like, what the fuck is this goofy ass mayo encrusted maniac talking about?
So you're pissed because you know what?
And he asked them a simple yes or no question. Were slave owners paid reparations? Yes or no? It's not a yes or no. Yes, it is, because yes, they were paid.
You were no longer slaves,
right? But what did we get land grants? Did we get back any sort of record? When we weren't slaves, I'll give you that. Were white slave owners?
Hey, like Timeless said, bro would have been sleep. He said Timeless, it would have been hammer time. He would have been lucky if he would have been sleep. You lucky if you only got those Z's more so than the 223s. So I'm just saying, bro, you gotta be chilling. And just to be clear, YouTube, I'm not advocating for violence. What I'm saying, in a situation where someone is hostile and angrily telling me to shut the fuck up, right? Hey, this dude is a moist, moronic, mayo encrusted maniac. I fear for my life. So he keeps talking about the Most High. Bruh, I'm going to boom bap you and send you up top because I fear for my life. And this is an act of self-defense. Hypothetically, in this situation and scenario, if I was attacked, you know what I mean? Because, I mean, this dude looks like the American Psycho. I don't know what he's capable of, right? Look, I'm not fighting. I fear for my life. Boom, bap, and send you up to the upper room.
Compensated by the United States federal government for the loss of property?
Well, written in the 13th Amendment, they weren't supposed to.
Answer that question, Bo.
I am, if you would give me an opportunity to.
That requires a yes or no.
No, it
Were
doesn't.
white slave owners compensated by the U.S.? Oh, yes, it is.
Can we talk about history?
That's what I'm having.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
You can say you're pissed because you know what happened.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Actually, matter of fact, this dude is over here keep telling people to shut the fuck up. Like, come on, bruh. Calm down, bruh.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Roger said, I told you it was a waste of time debating these people. You did say that, Roger, and I would have to concur. And John says, they won't be saying that during judgment. Won't be no more talking. Won't be no talking out of turn. Remember, you talking about humans, bro. Even the demons and the deadliest creatures shall bow. Won't be no tweeting or trolling. Well, that's the whole thing. People think they can try to tweet and troll their way through life, but these are the people who try to Bible thump and they say that they believed in the scriptures and everything. Well, if that's the case, why are you tweeting and trolling like this? You can't truly believe in the good book if you're over here trolling like this, if you're tweeting like this, if you're disparaging and attacking people like that. You can't talk about that you believe in the most righteous high, but at the same time, you're perpetuating the piss theory, looking for someone to look down on and piss at. You look up and say, hey, look, this is white mommy and daddy in the dominant society. And since I can't fool with them, I'm going to look at a marginalized, disenfranchised demographic that I can piss on and get away with. And not only am I going to piss on them, I'm going to piss on them and tell them it's raining. That's really what we're dealing with right now. And some people know that they're getting peed on and they're pretending that if it's rain. And some people saying, I will not stand for being pissed on by anybody. I wouldn't let my own mama piss on me. So I definitely ain't gonna let a stranger, a foreigner, or a non-believer do it. Right. But I hear what you're saying, John. But many of these people, they do believe that that certain level of privilege is going to allow them into the pearly gates without having to repent any of their disgusting sins.
I'm not pissed. I'm annoyed that you won't let me talk.
Go ahead.
Under the 13th Amendment, it wasn't supposed to be, but yes.
Remember, he was talking about victimhood, and here he's acting like a victim. Shut the fuck up. You won't let me talk. Bro, you've been talking a whole lot. You just haven't been saying anything. You're not a fucking victim. So stop whining to other people talking about victimhood while trying to play and pretend that you're a victim. You're a dingy dweeb with a crusty shirt that should have been ironed, buttoned up, and a tie put on. How pathetic could you be? John says it's cute for now, but like the word says, a lifespan is as quick as a vapor going, vanishing into the air. It just seems long to us. So John is really making people think about how they live on earth, right? You know, they say tomorrow is not promised. And you've been going through life calling people niggers and spitting on people and looking down on people. Once your time expires, where do you think you're going to go? And Timeless says they read in the book of heathens. Absolutely. There and you know what? Let me expound this. They're reading the book of heathens because they created the book of heathens, starring, featuring, produced by heathens.
Yes, they were. You wouldn't even let me get to the yes before you interrupted. So yes, landowners were compensated.
These are website names that are still somehow available.
So when he says landowners were compensated, what he's saying is slave owners were paid reparations. So these are the whole word games, right? He's saying compensated, but he won't use the term reparations. So he's saying we don't deserve reparations, but the slave owners who were compensated, i.e. paid reparations, they did deserve that. And Sunlight says, John is right. At the last breath, your chance to repent is over. And that's what I'm trying to say. These people will be on their deathbed calling us nigger because they think that the privilege is going to transcend into the afterlife. And they going to say, well, they going to say, if they had 30 seconds to live, they going to spend 15 seconds calling us nigger. And then the last 15 seconds, they going to say, oh, Father God, please forgive me for all of my sins. So 15 seconds of nigger bombs and 15 seconds of repentance. So they'll say, hey, it was before I took my last breath. So, you know, you got to accept me into the pearly gates. And then the Most High is going to be like, hell to the no. John says they are deceived. Did you know slaveholders used to tell their slaves that being black is a sin, and when you die and go to heaven, you will be relieved of your sins and become white again? Correct. And yeah, this is why they had slave Bibles to keep people subjugated, disenfranchised, and indoctrinated with the misteachings of religion. And shout out to RS11. He says they're drunk. They're drunk with bigotry. They're drunk with power and drunk with incompetence.
What's your point? Why do you deserve reparations? You're being a victim.
Not only were
you were never enslaved.
Not only were they
you were never enslaved.
You see that word again? You're being a victim, but literally he's acting like a victim. You're not letting me talk. Shut the fuck up. Like, come on, bruh. Like, he keeps acting like a victim, but calling other people victims.
I was never a slave owner. You don't deserve reparations. You haven't even discussed that there were black slave owners that enslaved black people.
There were?
Yes. I think there was anywhere between 3,000 to 4,000 black slave owners.
It was 4,000.
Like I said, 3,000 to 4,000.
Right.
And what about only 25% of the Confederate South?
And this shows you that this guy is not intellectually formidable enough to truly have this conversation. Not because he's dumb. It's just because this dude, I'm talking about the black or melanated dude, right? He truly doesn't support reparations and the way that the B1 foundational Black American freedman supports it, right? Because he's conceding this point that there were black slave owners, but that's kind of like a moot point if you don't add the full context, right? Because in order right now, if they said that all black people were slaves, right? In order to free my bad, I accidentally hit a button and booted myself, right? But in order to free a slave, in many instances, you had to actually purchase a slave. So if I was enslaved and somebody wanted to get my freedom, guess what they would have had to do? Buy a slave. Now, many people were buying their family members as slaves to free them. That's not the same as chattel property. And this is not to absolve anyone. I'm sure there were some slave owners, right? But there were a lot of there were like some immigrant slave owners, right? Like one of the main dudes that they try to say, hey, he was a slave owner. The dude was an Angolan tether. Last time I checked, America isn't Angola, right? So it's not the same thing, right? So even if they say, okay, well, black people own slaves, that's kind of like the analogy that I was saying, where if there's someone at a house and their family member was molesting the children there, are you going to say the family members molested the children, so that's why I touched them? You wouldn't make a foolish, disgusting argument like that because it would be that idiotic. Just because the parents molested them doesn't give you right to molest them. If anything, you should be trying to fight to protect that kid. So if you're trying to say, hey, some black people own slaves and that's why I enslaved those niggas, that doesn't absolve you of anything. These are the same people that always talk about personal responsibility. How are you taking personal responsibility when you say, but they did it too? Imagine if you had siblings, right? And both of y'all was cutting up. You spilled some on the floor. Your sister spilled some on the floor. When your mom went around to whoop you and you said, but my sister spilled something too. No, you getting this ass whooping for what you did. What your sister did, she gonna have to deal with, right? So whatever people were slave owners and stuff, okay, cool. We gonna go holler at them, but we're talking about you. This is personal responsibility. Imagine you're on trial for forcibly penetrating somebody. You can't say, hey, they was graping people in Sudan too. They was graping people in Israel too. We're not in Israel and you're not an Israeli. So why are you trying to bring that up? Same thing that they do. Slavery was global. Last time I checked, this is called the United States of America, not the United States of the globe. Why the fuck are you bringing up slavery across the world when we're talking about U.S. chattel slavery, not global chattel slavery? Oh, could y'all hear me now? Just to make sure, because she says no sound, because I know I had dropped out because I had accidentally hit a button. But just before I proceed, just let me know, could y'all hear me now? And I know Big Rig, I know Big Rig, you about to go on in probably like, what, 20 minutes or something? So I'm going to get ready to shut this down in like the next 15, 20 minutes. She says, do they think we don't know that? And y'all just let me know. Could y'all hear me? Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks, Timeless. He says I've been good. Yeah, because I know I had accidentally hit a button and it had backed out. But John says they wish it was that simple to just say I'm sorry before they die and be forgiven. They know the truth. That's why Elon trying to run to Mars and Bill Gates trying to hide underground. Yeah, Elon Musk is trying to habitate Mars. He's talking about like building, housing units and stuff there. And it's kind of like some barren land. Whoever gets there first gets to stake claim to it. So if he gets there first and he plants his flag, then it's going to be like, hey, Elon is the man on Mars and stuff. So you see that they building all these bunkers. They trying to get to Mars. They're hiding all this stuff about the aliens. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's crazy. But Sunlight says nowhere to run or hide. So let's get back into it. And like I said, I'm probably going to do like probably 15, 20 more minutes of the video. And then I'm going to get ready to shut her down.
Own slaves. So you think that all white people should be reimbursing you 8 generations later?
No, I don't. Again, you keep making this about, see, the white fragile male ego is real interesting.
And he is right about the white fragile male ego. And they're not the only ones that have a fragile ego, as many men of all racial and ethnic backgrounds as well. But they always keep framing it as you want white people to pay you. It's like, it's not only white people in this country. And not only that, this is a debt owed by the U.S. government. So they always try to make themselves synonymous with the government, right? They try to say, oh, by you wanting the government to pay you back, that means white people. But then on the flip side, if I say the government kept us enslaved, so that means white people kept us enslaved. No, you can't blame us. It's like, bruh, we're blaming the government. Are you the government? So on one hand, they'll try to flip and say that we are the government because we're the dominant society and we conquered you niggers, right? Okay, fine. So when the government owes us and then we're petitioning the government to pay what they owed, hey, why are you attacking white people? It's like, bruh, you guys are in charge. I'm attacking who's in charge. And coincidentally, you just happen to be white. I'm not attacking you because you're white. I'm attacking you because you're in charge of the government institution and apparatus that facilitated the most heinous atrocity on this land.
Because you keep making this about white people. What I'm looking at is the government institution. I didn't mention white people once outside of looking at who was committing the act. The United States federal government codified a legal caste system based around color. Now, it just so happens that the ones that were occupying those seats happened to be Caucasians from the mountains of Caucasus. Your inability to acknowledge the fact that when this happened from one generation, compounded across 200 plus years, if you're going to say, and sit across me and say that if you repeat competitively restrict someone's economic ability to move, that it doesn't have a net negative, lasting impact that can impact
You've
generations.
had the economic ability to move for the last 100 years almost. And
After
and
having
guess who's
combat redlining?
outperformed you? Asians, Hispanics, Indians, people from the Middle East have outperformed you over and over again.
Why is that? Why is that, Bo?
So here comes the model minority thing. He's talking about what white people did to black people, and he's saying, yeah, but look at all these model minorities. They're outperforming you. And this doesn't even make any sense at all, right? Somebody, imagine we're in a race, right? Somebody is perfectly healthy. They break our leg, and then they say, why can't you compete? And then we still are competing in the race. Yeah, but you can't win. Yeah, I didn't win because you broke my leg, right? And then despite me being a broken leg, hey, I still got on the podium. Then they bring over some people who they give a hand up, who they help. Why do they have refugee resettlement programs? If you're a refugee, figure it out. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. They say, no, we have to help resettle you. If you're seeking asylum, hey, that ain't our fault. Figure it out. But no, they have asylum seeking refugee assistance. They bring them over here and then they compare and say, well, why can't you guys do it? Why didn't you give us what you gave them? In Illinois, they gave migrants $9,000 for rental assistance. Has anyone in the chat ever got $9,000 in rental assistance? They tell you niggers need to pull yourself up by your bootstrap. Okay, fine. We'll tell the immigrants that, oh no, they're refugees and we have to help them resettle it. Hey, but don't worry. It's from an NGO that got money from the government. You know what I mean? So these people aren't pulling themselves up by their bootstrap, but yet this is who they compare you to. They come over here, right? If someone had a criminal record in their home country, when they come over here, they don't have a criminal record. If someone had a credit score, which many of these third world underdeveloped countries don't have a credit score, they come over here and now they have a clean slate with their credit score. And then they're comparing that to you who may have had to file bankruptcy, may have had some credit card debt because you got behind on things. And then they're saying, tough luck, buttercup. They're comparing you to somebody that's been given a clean slate. That's not an apples to apples comparison. That's apples to celery. It doesn't even make sense to try to compare them to, right? Imagine there's a player in the G League and you're trying to compare their accolades to someone in the NBA. You're like, this doesn't make sense. They're not even in the same league. So why are we comparing professional NBA players to people that are in the lower rung in the G League? You should be comparing G Leaguers to other G Leaguers, because if you compare a G Leaguer to the NBA player, of course, the NBA person is always going to outshine them. And this is what all these groups do. And you know what? I'm just getting sick of this whole, if they could do it, why can't you? I'm going to pull this shit up in real time because this is getting quite pathetic. And even some of you niggas who are actually part of the lineage, y'all say the same shit too. You know what I mean? All because you want some snow bunny cooch, some snow dragon cooch, or you want to eat the taco of some spicy Latina, that you're willing to let these little idiotic, rudimentary talking points, you're willing to let them get off. You know what I mean? They just coming here to seek a better life on whose expense? Right? They're saying that these people work so hard. Why the fuck didn't you work hard in your homeland? These are fair questions to ask, right? If I go to somebody's house and I clean their house spick and span, and then you come to my house and it's a disgusting pigsty. If you work so hard and you clean so good, it is a fair question to be like, bruh, why didn't you clean up your house? It looks disgusting, bruh. Just a fair question. You work so hard, but you were in your homeland that you loved it. It's just you couldn't work hard there. I'm just saying, bruh. But don't worry, I'm gonna pull it up for y'all. Just actually, because like I said, I'm getting ready to shut her down, but I do want to hit y'all with some scholarship. So while I'm pulling this up, actually, just give me 30 seconds.
B-Eazy Dat Dude, boy, stop playing. You know you dat dude and been dat dude. Back in the day, he was that dude. Fast forward to today, he's still that dude. Yup, that dude. You can see as clear as day that he here to stay. Either get with the program or move out the dad dude, he back with another one, another one, another one, another one.
Y'all can see this right on the screen. If y'all can't, I'll read it for you. And this was currently, and this is in Illinois, currently, the state is funding temporary housing, included renting apartments and homes for migrants. The state is providing up to $9,000 in rental assistance over a 6-month period, which includes assistance with moving in and a starter kit to furnish the apartment. I'm a foundational Black American freedman. I am indigenous to the United States of America. There would be no USA without FBA. Some people will say they're indigenous to Turtle Islands. This ain't Turtle Island. This is the United States of America. Maybe it was Turtle Island at some point. It ain't that anymore. If it was, why did people call themselves Native Americans? You don't hear them call themselves Native Turtle Islanders. So since we've moved on from Turtle Island, then we're standing on American business. And guess what? There was no America until we built it. And guess what? I never received any type of rental assistance. I never even got a tax return that had $9,000 on it. So not only are they getting rental assistance, they're getting a starter kit to furnish their apartment. What the fuck is a furnished an apartment starter kit? And mind you, these are for undocumented immigrants, right? Non-citizens. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Is that what this is doing? Don't worry, I got more for y'all. Do not trip. I got more for y'all. In Maine, and any of y'all could just type in what I'm doing, right? Maine, and don't care about the spelling. Maine gives 2 years free rent to migrants. Let's just see what this comes in. Oops, hold on. Let me type in Maine. Wow. Don't trip. Y'all can see it right there. And hold on. Let me give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up the screen because a lot of cats is like, I didn't know about this. But why didn't you know about this? You know about George Floyd. You know about BLM. What about black on black crime? You know about that, right? But you don't know about this. This was in 2024. This wasn't some ancient time. Migrants get up to 2 years free rent in new apartments. So once again, non-citizens. And I'm not saying that, hey, they should be demonized. You should be calling them all sorts of slurs and epithets. What I'm saying is these are the same people that say, why y'all big in the government? And all of these are funded, fueled by government taxpayer dollars. You put into this, but you don't get shit out of it. Just keep paying taxes and you better not mix or the IRS is coming to you. But meanwhile, non-citizens, undocumented immigrants, unauthorized, illegal aliens, right? No one's an alien, right? We'll tell the Democrats to eradicate that language from the legal lexicon. An illegal alien is a legal term. It's not my term. It's not a term I came up with to try to bash people upside the head. No human is illegal. Well, actually, they are based on the status given in America. Democrats, out of the past 20 years, they've been in power for 12 of those 20 years. Why didn't the Democrats eradicate the language of illegal alien? So until they do, I'm going to continue to call people that. And it's not just random people. It's people who fit the bill, who came here illegally. But has anybody in the chat been giving, forget 2 years free rent? Have you been given 2 months free rent? Is this pulling yourself up by your bootstrap? I'm just saying. Let's get back into it, though.
Probably because they came here and they're not victimizing their slavery,
or maybe because
and holding it over everybody's head. Or maybe it's because they stood on their boots and they made a life for themselves.
And they were also able to label themselves as immigrants to receive assistance from the United States federal government off the backs of the work that Black people have been doing to gain their own equivalent.
And you guys have too these last 15 years with DEI and everything else that they've rolled out.
Are you really going to sit here and repeat that? 15 years versus 250? How?
And once again, like I said, This is supposed to be the high IQ. This dude is a complete and utter imbecile. He's pushing this whole model minority myth. Well, why were they able to do it? And then you see he can't refute when he said they've been given handouts, land grants, goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. He didn't refute that. Instead, he pivoted and said, well, you guys have been giving it for the past 15 years, right? And then mind you, let's just say that we were, which we weren't. If slavery was 246 plus years, Jim Crow was about 150 plus years. And then even after that, it was still NIMBYism, redlining, debt peonage, sharecropping, etc. Right? So we're supposed to rectify centuries of atrocities and racial terror in 15 years. And even in the whole 15 years, none of these programs were for us because they use idiotic terms like people of color. So you don't even know who the hell they're talking about. Vivek Ramaswamy is a person of color. J-Lo is a person of color. Lucy Liu is a person of color, but you can't really tell what color these people are. So when they say people of color, marginalized groups, underserved communities, all that is an all lives matter package framed as will help in black people. So they say blacks have been lynched. Black people have been enslaved. Black people had dogs sicked on them. Black people this. Black people went through all this. We bombed black communities. And the way we'll help all these black people that we destroyed is we'll bring over a bunch of undocumented immigrants. Surely that will help the black people, right? Black people, they deserve reparations. But instead of giving black people reparations, we'll give reparations to non-citizens. That's what it's always been about. And they always use this tricky language. They say black, 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 blackity, black, 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 until it's time to cut a check. And then it turns into minorities, marginalized groups, because in terms of the stratification, we're at the bottom. If there's some buff, blonde hair, blue eyed dude named Bradley Smith, and he changed his name to Barbara Smith, suddenly you have to not call him he, you have to call him they and she. And now Bob went to Barbara, and now Barbara is part of a marginalized group because they're trans now, entitled to the same benefits as a foundational black American.
How insane can you be?
Why are you yelling? Why are you so upset right
For the
now?
same reason you wanted me to shut the fuck up, because I'm not upset. I'm just holding
You are upset.
And then that shows the contradictory, right? Why are you yelling? He yelled at him, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. Like he was yelling, right? Foaming at the mouth, mayo drooling from the side and corners of his lips. So he's yelling at people, telling them to shut the fuck up. Then when somebody slightly matches the energy, dude, why are you so triggered, bro? Like, come on, man. It's one of the oldest, goofiest, corniest tricks in the book. The high IQ hooligans at it again.
It doesn't have a negative, lasting impact that can impact generations.
You've had the economic ability to move for the last 100 years almost. And guess who's outperformed you? Asians, Hispanics, Indians, people from the Middle East have outperformed you over and over again.
Why is that? Why is that, Bo?
Probably because they came here and they're not victimizing their slavery,
or maybe because
and holding it over everybody's head. Or maybe it's because they stood on their boots and they made a life for themselves.
And they were also able to label themselves as immigrants and receive assistance from the United States federal government off the backs of the work that black people have been doing to gain their own equivalent.
And you guys have too these last 15 years with DEI and everything else that they've rolled out.
Are you really going to sit here and repeat that? 15 years versus 250. How insane can you be?
Why are you yelling? Why are you so upset right now?
For the same reason you wanted me to shut the fuck up, because I'm not upset. I'm just holding
upset
to a standard that you want to run from.
No, I've asked you multiple times why you deserve reparations. You haven't been able to tell me. You basically,
like Red 6 says, if you identify as a migrant, yes, because you see the Democrats that they say reparations for us is not feasible, but then you have the immigrant like Jamia, what is her name? Pramila Jayapal or whatever her name is. She's saying that immigrants need reparations because ICE is deporting them. So they came here illegally and ICE said, hey, you need to get up out of here. You know what I mean? Sorry, Jorge, you got to go. And somehow that's turned into being xenophobic and anti-migrant. It's like, did they come here illegally or not? Then they got to go. They can go and then come back legally, but they don't want to do that. They just keep framing it as they're doing the jobs that no one wants to do, which is a lie. And then it's saying, well, they have a family. A bunch of niggas y'all locked up had families. Y'all didn't give a shit when y'all locked the niggas up with families. They keep talking about they're separating families. If I get locked up today, I'm going to be separated from my family. But no one cares because I'm an American. But if you're an immigrant and then you get locked up, yeah, you got locked up because you did something illegal. I mean, it's harsh. It's unfortunate. I don't want to see it happening. But if you do the crime, you do the time. Why didn't you just comply? Isn't that what they've always told us?
Said that because you are the 8th generation removed from slavery, you deserve it. And I got a question for you. Middle name's Julio. Are you both your parents black?
They both are black.
Both
yes,
are black. Are they both descendants of slavery?
They are.
So in your what?
And this is, he said, no, you have to put a deposit. Then you might get your deposit back when you move out. Maybe if your apartment is not up to par. And Sunlight says, yeah, you cooked the Thanksgiving dinner tonight, B. I appreciate that, Sunlight. I'm trying to shine bright like a diamond, just like sunlight. But, and this is the whole thing why we did the whole delineation, because he said, your name is Julio. Are both of your parents black? But we're not doing the flat blackness thing. And then even the term descendants of slaves, this is why we use foundational Black American freedmen, or others will say, Solon or something like that, right? Which essentially is a euphemism to mean the same thing. But when we talk about the, and hold on, DEI is barely 5 years old. What the fuck is this dude even talking about? We didn't really benefit anyways. Yeah, DEI is mainly a benefit for the dominant society. And as this dude pretending like he's a high IQ, he should already know that. And Vanessa says, guess what they taking the word black out of funding organizations, birth certificates, healthcare, bridge cards, census applications too, if they find the programs. Yeah, this is what they do. So anything with the word black, they attack, but they won't attack anything that says migrant. They won't attack anything that says Asian, Latino, or Jewish, because specifically Hispanic. Most Hispanics have identified as racially white because they are white. There's no race called Latino and there's no race called Hispanic. So they don't mind giving things to the so-called Hispanics because many of them, if they don't get folded over into whiteness, many of them are subservient to whiteness, i.e. mejoró la raza, blanqueamiento, etc. They worship whiteness and want to be assimilated into whiteness, which is why they don't mind them coming over. You know what I mean? And all of these other groups, they can either exclude them or they can fold them into whiteness at their own discretion, which is why right now, up until 2030, right now, Palestinians are considered white. Israelis considered white. People from Lebanon, white. Syria, white. Egypt, white. Armenia, white. So this is why they don't mind that. This is why they don't mind continuously giving money to the so-called Native Americans, because there's barely any true natives or indigenous, at least not no red ones. There's black natives and indigenous, but they've ostracized them and made sure that they are screwed over for any tribal benefits. So when they do give tribal benefits, it's like people that look like this dude on the screen, people that look like Macaulay Culkin and Justin Bieber. So they'll give them things because, hey, we're helping the natives, but all they're doing is helping people who were indigenous to Europe. That's all they're helping.
And you guys have too these last 15 years with DEI and everything else that they've rolled out.
Are you really going to sit here and repeat that? 15 years versus 250. How insane can you be?
Why are you yelling? Why are you so upset right
now?
now?
For the same reason you wanted me to shut the fuck up, because I'm not upset. I'm just holding
upset
to a standard that you want to run from.
No, I've asked you multiple times why you deserve reparations. You haven't been able to tell me. You basically said that because you are the 8th generation removed from slavery, you deserve it. And I got a question for you. Middle name's Julio. Are you both your parents black?
They both are black.
Both are black. Are they both descendants of slavery?
They are.
And that's the point that I was going to make. And like the reason why the term descendant of slavery isn't codified enough, because there can be somebody in some distant African village. For instance, Puerto Rico was a slave colony. Jamaica was a slave colony. Mexico was a slave colony. So somebody could say, hey, I'm Mexican and I have this ancestry. I'm a descendant of slave. Yeah, you're not a descendant of U.S. chattel slavery, and you're not a foundational Black American freedman, which is why people kind of drop the term ADOS, because for one, foundational American just sounds more powerful. More people are getting codified behind that. But just even if I love the term American descendants of slaves, it's a term that people can tether and leech onto, which when we're talking about America, we're talking about the United States of America, which is a country. And then there's a continent of America. When people say, I'm an American descendant of slaves, many people will try to say, I'm from Jamaica. Jamaica is in the Americas. Jamaica was a slave colony. I'm a descendant of slaves. You know what I mean? So it's like, bruh, that ain't who we're talking about. So unfortunately, because too many people are trying to tether and leech onto our reparation justice claim, we have to be clearly codified in law. Jamaicans do deserve reparations, but you would have to get them from the British. Don't flee your country because you're unwilling to fight and then try to tether on to our reparations claim. It's not the same. I support global reparations for any group that has been aggrieved, not just because you were called a mean name. You were called an African booty scratcher and you think you deserve reparations. You were called an illegal alien and you think you were deserve reparations. A trans person was called a tranny and you think you deserve reparations. No, that's not what reparations is about. And people like this dude is kind of trying to co-opt it to somewhat whitewash it and water it down. So although he is making some good points, it's from a disingenuous place because he doesn't truly support what reparations really is and should look like.
So in your, what happens with reparations if you have one white parent and one Black parent? Do they get less? How does reparations even work in a system where there's, can I just finish, bro? How does reparations even work in a society where just the government is written with fraud right now? I am talking about how reparations doesn't work.
So he doesn't realize how stupid he sounds. So he says the government is written with fraud. So if it's written with fraud in 2026, what type of fraud do you think it was written with in 2016? How about 1906? How about 1776? So at the height of slavery and racial terror and massacres and Jim Crow, you think the government wasn't fraudulent then? So essentially what he's saying is, without saying this, is that the government has always been corrupt, vile, and fraudulent. You can't try to tell me that it's fraudulent in 2026. Then you would have to point to a year that it wasn't fraudulent. Is he saying that it was cool in 2020? It was cool in 2005? No. So if it was always corrupt, then what the fuck are we talking about here? These are the supposed high IQs. You know what I mean? This dude is a lunatic and a loser.
15 years versus 250. How insane can you be?
Why are you yelling? Why are you so upset right now?
For the same reason you wanted me to shut the fuck up, because I'm not upset. I'm just holding
you are upset
to a standard that you want to run from.
No, I've asked you multiple times why you deserve reparations. You haven't been able to tell me. You basically said that because you are the 8th generation removed from slavery, you deserve it. And I got a question for you. Your middle name's Julio. Are you both your parents Black?
They're both Black.
Both are Black. Are they both descendants of slavery?
They are.
So in your, what happens with reparations if you have one white parent and one Black parent? Do they get less? How does reparations even work in a system where there's, can I just finish, bro? How does reparations even work in a society where just the government is written with fraud right now? I am talking about how reparations doesn't work today. If it had happened back then, more than happy for it, but it doesn't work today. And let's have that conversation rather than go back 8 generations and continue.
This doesn't even make sense. So reparations, it would have worked back then, which is true, right? Had they given us the 40 acres and a mule like they promised and was codified into law, which they reversed, it would have worked back then. But you can't tell me it would have worked back then, but now it won't work. This doesn't even make sense. And he didn't support it back then. He's pretending that he supports it. All he says is, I understand it and it would have made sense. No. Would you have supported it? right? And not just support, because anybody could say they support it. Would you have advocated for it? So he wouldn't have supported it then, just like he doesn't support it now. He wouldn't have advocated for it then, just like he's not advocating for it now. So just stop with the pretending. Just say that I hate you niggers and I don't want you to get anything. That I could at least respect that. I wouldn't agree with it, but I would respect that. He's doing all this dancing around to try to pretend like it did make sense. It's just now it doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. All the shit that y'all complaining about revolves around income inequality, poverty, and the sins of the racial terror in the historical annals of this country, right? That's what it's about. The way that you will reverse that is by economic investment, right? You're not just going to say, oh man, we need more Bibles in the school. And if you read the scripture harder, then that's going to suddenly change the fortunes for people, right? And this is what they want. They just don't want it to cost anything, right? Like I said earlier, right? Imagine there was a carpet that people got ketchup stains, blood stains, piss, poop stains, and they want that carpet clean. They know how disgusting that carpet is clean. They keep complaining about how filthy the carpet is. It's just they don't want to hire anybody and they don't want to pay anybody to do it, right? So why are you complaining about the carpet? Let's just let the carpet be disgusting. And you know what? It's going to get even more disgusting. There's going to be molds growing on it, maggots and all sorts of other stuff. Then you're going to be complaining about the mold. Then you're going to be complaining about the maggots. But you could have avoided all that if you just would have paid someone to clean it up, to replace the carpet. But you don't want to do that because you don't want it to cost anything. But it ends up costing more because now it's maggots and dilapidated buildings with termites. And now it's going to cost more to replace this entire building, when all you had to do was just change the carpet. You didn't want to pay for the carpet, but now you got to pay for an entire building that came down, collapsed. This is what happens when you just keep kicking the can down the road.
You to complain about slavery.
Well, I already told you my reparations plan wouldn't be the $250,000. Obviously, you must have skipped that part. So what my reparations plan would look like would be offering home ownership assistance, offering business lines of credit, and actually looking at creating a reparations task force to analyze the current net negative economic impact.
But they're already doing business lines of credit. For example,
Yeah, this is where I'm going to have to get ready to shut it down. But John says this is a classic stream, and I really appreciate y'all for rocking with me because I know things like this are considered boring. If I'm calling a bunch of black women bonnet wearing bitches, if I'm over here saying what about black on black crime and saying niggas ain't shit and the black community is cooked, I'll probably have 300 live viewers, you know what I mean, 4,000 subs, but I'm not willing to sell out my community or my country just for a couple clicks, you know what I mean? So I do appreciate the people that really rock with me because I know that y'all really want to hear not just only some games, some level of intellect and enlightenment. And I'm not just here to teach, I'm here to learn as well. I soak up game for y'all, even if I don't always explicitly state it, I'm a sponge. So I'm soaking up game from John, Sunlight, Big Rigs, Tay-Bay, even people that don't think that they dropped some game. I'm intentionally going out of my way to find some game to pick up from you. And it can be something that's extremely minuscule or some will consider it irrelevant, but it's not irrelevant to me. But she said he dropped the ball. Yeah, he dropped a lot more than the ball. And I don't think dude's nuts dropped yet because it's a little fucking moist moron. And like Tay-Bay says, this was a good live. You know what? I think it was a great live. I think I did a good job, but y'all made it great by being here with me. Y'all allowed me to thrive and flourish. So I sincerely appreciate y'all. And Timeless too. And Vanessa says, keep doing the work. Yes, and there's not a lot of people talking like this, and talking like this doesn't get you monetized. You know, people don't consider this content advertiser friendly. It's funny because me breaking down this shit is not advertiser friendly. But if I'm just over here talking about black on black crime and niggas ain't shit, then suddenly that would be advertiser friendly. It's funny how that work, right? See, Roger, this is why I said this dude is not a true reparationist. And this is why I'm questioning. I don't even know if bro is FBA. So that's why he keeps fixating on the descendant of slaves. Maybe he is a descendant of slave. Yeah, but from where? You're not a foundational Black American, right? So people, that's why we don't use that term descendant of slave, because that can truly mean anybody. If somebody came from some distant village in Africa, they may have been a descendant of slave. They get American citizenship. And the way these tricky nebulous terms are, hey, I'm American and I'm a descendant of slave, just like you. No, you're not. You're a descendant of slave. You're not a freedman. You're not a descendant of U.S. chattel slavery, which is why we don't use the term. And this is why people try to say, why y'all call y'all selves Black? Black is just a color. It ain't no country called Black. And y'all know what my retort is. There's no country called white. Yet your predominantly Black country is being slapped up by white people. There's no country called white, but it hasn't stopped them for dominating your country, right? And fine, no one is forcing you to call yourselves Black. Once we lean into calling ourselves Black, if you want to call yourself Hebrew, knock yourself out. You want to be Israelite more, knock yourself out. You want to call yourself Indigenous, knock yourself out. Why are you whining about us? And then when we say, nah, you're not Black, remember, you're Hebrew. You ain't Black, you're Latino. You're not Black, you're this. It turns into, y'all can't gatekeep Blackness. It's like, actually, we can and we will. Y'all, what? Y'all thought we forgot? I'm not Black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not Black, I'm Haitian. I'm not Black, I'm Senegalese. I'm not Black, I'm Puerto Rican. I know Black, Papi. I'm from the DR. Fine, you're not Black. And then it turns around, no, I am Black. It's the whole Cardi B syndrome. I'm not Black, I'm Afro-Latina. And then she's saying nigga more than any Black person that you know. And then you got some Black people try to say, no, Cardi, she is Black. Well, when they asked her multiple times, she says she's not. Why are you trying to force Blackness onto her? It's extremely disrespectful to my lineage. We were the only ones standing up and standing for Blackness. Remember, say it loud. I'm Black and I'm proud. It wasn't say it loud. I'm African American and I'm proud. Nothing against being African, right? But that ain't what we said. We said Black power, not African power. And I do support African power. But what I'm saying is, our ethnogenesis is what made us Black. We chose to be self-identified as Black. Whatever little derogatory labels you want to put on Blackness, that's not what it means to us. When people say woke and they want to talk about trans bathrooms and drag book shows, that ain't what woke means to us. Woke means enlightenment. Woke means being aware. That's what it means to us. Black means melanin, rich, powerful, dominant, enigmatic. That's what Black means to us. You can try to put all of your filth on it, but that ain't what it means to us. So fine, you don't want to be called Black. Black is just a color. White is a color. Brown is a color. Yellow is a color. Pink, red, purple is a color, right? So just stop with the whole thing. It's funny that they say, don't call yourself Black. Black is just a color. And then they turn around and call you people of color. Make it make sense. But he says this content is always needed. I appreciate you, Timeless. That does mean a lot to me, bro. You said, don't forget the message I sent above. God damn it, Roger. Hopefully it wasn't a book, because Roger, some of your messages, nigga, you be leaving them novels, bro. So let me see. You said, when you say, why do you think you're entitled to reparations when you were not a slave? Say to them, why do you think you're entitled to slaveholder wealth that you've inherited when you were not a slaveholder? Yeah, I have said these to them and they never have any retort. It turns into, you niggers were in mud huts and all this other type of stuff. And they always try to pivot back to Africa. And then when you say you're not African, then you get into a conversation about, yeah, you really are African, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, I'm not. You know, because many Europeans have African genetics, but they don't consider themselves African. But if you have African genetics, you've never been to the continent of Africa. There's no immigrants in your family. You still have to claim Africa. Why? Because they're trying to force you to. And she says, all skin is not kin. We have to remember that. I concur. They Black if when they want reparations. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know black, papi. Then it's time to get reparations. Hey, I'm a descendant of slaves too, amigo. No, go sit your Latino ass over there. Kevin Gates, I ain't black, I'm Puerto Rican. Then he turns around, Black Lives Matter. Who they matter to? Why did you fucking care, nigga? You're a Latino. Shut your bitch ass up, Kevin Gates. You said you sounded like Jada Kiss, Knock Yourself Out. Hey, that song was classic. Shout out to Jada. Even though Jada, you've been doing the Sambo shuffle over there, fraternizing with Fat Joe, the whole Joe and Jada. It should be Jada and Joe, but fuck Fat Joe. Black in the Bible, Messiah was black too. Yeah, like I said, what black means to you, it means something different to us. All that black is dark in the absence of color, all of this little negative shit that y'all got to say towards black, that's not what it means to us. And I put it like this, right? If you go to your mama say you're going to get one pair of shoes, right? You can only get one pair of shoes for the first couple months of school. They got a yellow pair of shoes, a red pair of shoes, a purple pair of shoes, a white pair of shoes, and a black pair of shoes. Which pair of shoes are you going to get? And mind you, these shoes are all the same style. Which color are you going to get? Let's just be honest. You only get one pair of shoes for 2 months. Black, yellow, purple, red, green. Which color are you going to pick? And think about that too when you're thinking about our energy, what we call the Majara energy. And you know, when you, and Timeless, you laughing because you know where I'm going with this. You know where I'm going with this. And you know what pair of shoes you would choose. And why would people choose black? Why? Because black goes with everything. Everything. Black goes with everything. So when you're at that shoe store and you got the option of black, yellow, purple, remind you can only get one shoe. If you get the red, you're going to have a lot of red fits. You get that purple, you're going to have a lot of purple fits. You get that black, you can wear a red fit, a purple fit, a yellow fit, a green fit, a blue fit, because black goes with everything. So that's how we are. That's the energy. That's the spirit. We are the source, the pulse, and the standard. Let me play a little bit more. Oh, actually, I'm gonna play some of this and then I'm gonna break it down.
How does reparations even work in a society where just the government is written with fraud right now? I am talking about how reparations doesn't work today. If it had happened back then, more than happy for it, but it doesn't work today. And let's have that conversation rather than go back 8 generations and continue to complain about slavery.
Well, I already told you my reparations plan wouldn't be the $250,000. Obviously, you must have skipped that part.
So that's where he lost me right there. My reparations wouldn't be cash. So nigga, you're not supporting reparations, bro. So this is what I'm saying. This nigga is trying to co-opt reparations, use our talking points, and then say reparations is more than just a check. No, nigga, cut my fucking check, bro. Like, no, nigga, you don't speak for me. And matter of fact, since the fact that you saying that we don't deserve our money and reparations ain't a check, hey, bruh.
You know what, nigga? You acting like a little bitch right now. You acting like a little bitch right now, nigga. Man, fuck that. I ain't letting that shit ride.
That's exactly how you acting by trying to co-opt our language and then pretend I'll support reparations. Then it's time to cut a check. Whoa. I didn't say I support a check, nigga. Then you don't support it. You don't fucking speak for us, bro. But let's see this little fake ass reparations plan he's talking about.
What my reparations plan would look like would be offering homeownership assistance.
Are you fucking kidding me? Homeowner assistance, nigga, they're giving that to immigrants right now. Do I gotta pull it up again? They're offering homeowner assistance to immigrants. That's not, so hold on. He wants to give us some shit that's already happening and just repackages as reparations. They're giving migrants free rent, free apartments for up to 2 years, and he's framing this shit as reparations. Nigga, that's not no fucking reparations, bro. All you got to do is look at what they did and gave to the Jewish people. If it ain't what they gave them, then it ain't no reparations, right? All of this other, I support it, but it don't got to be money. No, it don't have to be only money. You can break it. If you want to give us education, give us some money and the education. You want to do some healthcare, money and the healthcare. All he's doing is taking programs that are already out there and trying to reframe them. It's like a nigga saying, hey, I got you some new shoes. He went in his closet He wore a pair of Air Ones once. He cleaned them and said, here's your new shoes. Nigga, those ain't new. Bruh, you got athlete's foot. You was walking around. You need some tough acting to acting, bro. And you trying to give me these shoes and frame them as some new Air Ones. And matter of fact, they got a crease in them. Nigga, these shoes ain't new, but they're but they came in a new box. Some creased Air Ones with a little bit of athlete's foot odor. But they cleaned them up a little bit, and now this is a new shoe. This is what he's trying to do with reparations. Take some programs, repackage it, and here's some reparations for you niggas. No, that's not no fucking reparations, dude. We gonna give y'all homeowners assistance. No, cut the check and I'll buy my own home. No, I won't cut the check. I'll just give you assistance. How? What assistance? Right? If he's talking about homeowner assistance, clearly he's talking about money. So this is where he gets goofy. He's talking about homeowner assistance, which means assistance by providing us some level of money. So if you're going to give us money, how about you just cut the check and we'll buy our own fucking homes? Some people will want to get a home. Some people want to get a tiny home. Nigga, how do you notice some people even want to be homeowners? So what if I say, you know what, man, somebody is in their 50s is like, bruh, I ain't trying to be no owner, bruh. It's like, I just want to live my best life. Then you won't get a reparations because his reparations is homeowners assistance? No, man, get out of here with this goofy shit, bruh.
Julio, are you both your parents black?
They both are black.
Both
yes,
are black. Are they both descendants of slavery?
They are.
So in what happens with reparations if you have one white parent and one black parent? Do they get less? How does
reparations task force to analyze the current net negative economic impact?
But they're already doing business.
Here we go again. He's talking about a study, which fine. They had HR 40, which was supposed to be a study. Nigga, we don't need a study anymore. We already know what they've done in terms of debt peonage, sharecropping, redlining, mass incarceration, illegal experiments, the maternal experiments on black women, injecting syphilis into people. We've already known what they've done. We don't need a study, right? And when they say they need a study, all that is to give money to some non-black organization. They'll pay someone to give a study and to find out what we already know. Oh man, we really treated these niggers bad. Okay, we know that already. Those studies cost millions of dollars. So they pay out millions and millions to give a study, but they won't give you the money directly. Rather than help John or something like, hey, John, I know you're struggling with your business. Rather than give you the money, I'm going to study as to why you're struggling with your business. No, just give me the money and my business won't be struggling anymore. They won't do that, though. Man, you guys are struggling. Man, you guys have the lowest health outcomes. Let's study why y'all have those outcomes. You already know. Remember, these people are supposed to be the high IQs. They love to tell you how lazy you are, how stupid you are. So if they're smarter than me, why don't they know this shit already? Or do they know it and they're just playing dumb? And like Vanessa said, give us land too. Yeah, it's not just one. It ain't just cut the check, a one and done. Hey, even if they said, look, we would have gave you more money, but we gonna lower the amount of money you giving because we giving you a certain amount of land. That's okay. Hey, I'll flip the money and I'll flip the land. And by flipping the land, I don't mean that I'll just automatically sell it, but you make it inhabitable, or maybe you rent it out. Whatever you want to do with the land, you may rent it out to family members, but that's just the whole thing. Reparations is an entire package, but it starts with cutting a check. If there's no check involved, then it's not reparations. You don't have to take my word for it. Just look at all the other groups. All the other groups got checks, and look at what Jewish people got. They didn't just get a check and it was that. They got a check. They had people that were helping look for lost heirlooms and memorabilia. They got hate protections. It wasn't just a check. A check is just part of it. But you can't say that I'm truly trying to repair or right the wrongs if a check is not even included. And John says, pop your shit. Well, yeah, I'm about to get ready to shut her down, so I gotta pop it as much as I can. Homeowner assistance, $1,000 down on a home. That's not enough. And this is what I'm trying to say. They already are doing this for migrants, and they're giving them more than $1,000 down. So he's trying to frame this homeowner assistance. It's like, come on, bruh. Your family got lynched and all they can get is some fucking homeowners assistance. Bro, they built the White House. Hey, you know what we gonna do for your family that built the White House for free? We gonna give them a low interest loan. A loan? That's not reparations. And John says he's full of shit. He said assistance. Bitch, we were promised land. Get Jeff Curry the fuck out of here. And this is what I'm trying to say, bro. Instead of giving you the land, he's going to give you assistance to get the land. And then you're not really going to be able to get the land because they're only going to give you like $1,000 or so. And you gotta fill up the back end. Remember on Friday when Smokey Mom gave him that money to get some cigs or something for the store? And he was like, Mama, this ain't enough. And she said, make it enough. That's what they gonna do to you. Give you some home assistance that ain't gonna be enough, and they gonna say, nigga, make it enough. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. This all you get. This is reparations. No, it's not. White people's numbers in this country are shrinking while ours is growing. Even with the highest infant mortality rate, U.S. government won't be able to do what they did last century by importing white immigrants. Why would whites leave their country when they have free healthcare, 6-week pay, vacation, free high-speed broadband, and power for this country? Yeah, which is why they've chosen that the Hispanics are going to be the new W's, right? Because many of them have already been considered as white. They just use the Hispanic Latino as a buffer group, but they're going to fold many of them into whiteness. The darker ones are going to be considered Latino and Hispanic, and the lighter, brighter, whiter ones are going to be adopted into white society, i.e. the Cameron Diaz, Jessica Alba types. She said they want to keep Black Americans at the feet. Yeah, and this is what I call society's doormat. Like John calls it the piss theory, I call it society's doormat, where if somebody steps in poop, instead of wiping it off on their doormat, they'll go look at the Black doormat. Let's wipe our poo off on there so we can keep our doormat clean. Roger says Afrikaners went back home after seeing Fed government shooting Renee Good and Alex Preddy in broad daylight. They couldn't believe people were getting shot in broad daylight. And what's up with the U.S. healthcare? Yeah, the Afrikaners came over here lying, saying that they were facing a genocide when nothing like that was happening. Nobody called them victims, right? But I'm going to just play one more time of this dude's like pathetic fake reparations proposal, and then I'm going to get up out of here.
Like would be offering home ownership assistance, offering business lines of credit, and actually.
He said he's offering business lines of credit, which means a loan. Why the fuck are you offering business lines of credit? See, this doesn't even make sense. We'll give you assistance. Okay, what type of assistance? Well, money. Well, if you're going to give me assistance, money, but this is the whole thing. When they say assistance, what they're saying is it's going to be some bought and paid for oligarch like BlackRock or State Street. They gonna give the money to them and say, hey, if you want assistance, go to BlackRock or go to J Street and they'll offer you assistance. But usually the assistance is going to be up to their discretion. And this is why they say things like up to 9,000, up to 10,000. They can give you 1,000 or they can give you up to 10,000. Most likely they'll give you 1,000 or two and pocket the rest of it and say, hey, we helped you niggers and that's reparations. Stop begging. So this is what I'm saying. This dude is a straight op, or he's at least giving off op vibes. I've seen him on other things before where he was doing the Sambo shuffle. Now he's pretending like, yeah, I'm descending the slaves, really standing up for reparations. And then you hear it and it's like, bro, this ain't even no fucking reparations, bro. This is rather pathetic. We gonna give y'all loans. We gonna give y'all lines of credit. Where have we heard this before? We gonna give y'all education. Once again, what if I don't want to be a homeowner, right? How would the homeowner assistance help me? A line of credit to be a business owner? What if I don't want to own a business? I just want to get what's owed to me and live my best life. So they're trying to force you to do something, right? Oh, we're going to give lines of credit to business owners, but I want to start a business, right? So all of this stuff, they'll try to be like, oh, we'll do education while I'm already educated. I have a bachelor's, I have a master's degree. So how is this helping you again? Just cut the check. If somebody wants to go to school, they can pay for it out of their reparations money. Somebody wants to buy a house, they can pay for it out of their reparations money. All this is just a way to just funnel and launder money. They'll say, hey, look, we gonna give y'all free education, but it's not really free. They pay and subsidize the school, so the school gets paid and you get a free education. But free education is not a panacea. There's many of educated people with degrees right now that can't get a job because of H-1B visas, because there's occupational segregation, where they'll say, hey, you have to be bilingual. So even if you have a degree and it's in a heavily Hispanic area, they say, oh, yeah, but you don't speak Spanish. And then even if you do speak Spanish, if you don't have the complexion for the protection, you're not going to get hired. So they try to make it seem like education is just this panacea, but it's not. And Vanessa says loans means you're going to have to keep paying your loans. If you miss a payment, they will take your business too, or whatever, your land, business, restaurants too. And this is what they want. They want to give you a loan so we get something popping. And then as soon as, you default on a loan, then they come and take it. And then they say, you know what? This my bike, punk. Fuck your couch. That's pretty much what they do, right? And they say, hey, we paid you reparations, nigger. Why are you complaining about it? So this dude is a phony. I'm going to get ready to shut her down. This video, I'm only 14 minutes into this video. This video is like a hour and 33 minutes, but like I can't sit through that, especially with these disingenuous talking points. The low IQ hillbilly hooligan got completely destroyed. He was destroyed by someone who truly doesn't even support reparations. So if he gets in the ring with somebody that is a heavyweight reparationist, or not even a heavyweight, a bantamweight reparationist, he will get destroyed even further than he just did. But is this the best the high IQs have to offer? Yikes. But this is the moment where I'm about to get ready to shut her down. And like John says, this has been a classic stream. I told y'all it will be a doozy. Now I'm going to come back and hit y'all with some tomorrow. I think Big Rig is about to go live if he's not already live right now. Many of my streams are impromptu, but hit that notification bell so y'all can stay abreast whenever your boy goes live. You can hit me on the Cash App if you want to make a financial contribution. But hey, if you're unwilling or unable to, don't worry. It won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. Now, this is the moment where I'm about to shut her down. I'm going to play some visuals. Hopefully y'all stick around to the end because I will not disappoint. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. I sincerely love y'all. So I gotta hit ya. Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy Dat Dude, shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. It's a lot of niggas that say they real, but to me that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I ride up on them with the 40 ounce. It's the definition of adrenaline rush. What it do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas just rough like Willow Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These birds that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. For the zip lips when you get hit. When the fifth spit, flatline in your fit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like boo-coo. For the cocaine, they go boo-coo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss, I call shots cause I'm still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on shite racking and fly back out the mill. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up.
It's a
B-Eazy Dat Dude. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah, they know the name. Stacking up the paper, but having money ain't a thing. Standing on business, burning hotter than a flame. From the block to the ballroom, you gotta stand the rain. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah, they know the name. B-Eazy Dat Dude.
You ain't know. Let's just be easy. Hey, hey. Let's just be easy. That dude. Be easy. Is that dude? You hear me? You feel me? Ooh. Ooh. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah. Be easy. Be easy, be easy, he is that dude. It's plain and obvious. A certified professional, ain't never been a hobbyist. He is one of the nicest, realest, coldest, and dopest. So you should take notice. Woo! That dude, be easy. That dude, be easy. That dude, show love and support to B-Eazy Dat Dude.
Be easy, be easy.
Ay, we all like B-Eazy. Nah, matter of fact, we love B-Eazy. Believe me, he really that dude. So B-Eazy, tell me how it feel. Ooh, tell me how it feel to be real, to be really that dude. Be-Eazy Dat Dude. Be easy, he is that dude. Ooh, he is that dude, be easy, he is the one that you can call so he can get the job done. He about to reign supreme if you thought his run would soon end. He just getting started though, so go ahead and tune in. Be easy, he is that dude. Ooh, 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 he is that dude.
If you feel the vibe, like, share, and subscribe. We growing on this journey. Come and take a ride. If you wanna slide with that dude, be easy. We going all the way to the top, believe me. All the way to the top, believe me.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Follow. Be easy. You know you want to.
We're waiting.